Commissioner Douther, Commissioner Hodges,
Here.
Commissioner Oakley,
Here.
Vice Mayor Weinstein. Here. Mayor Black.
Here. My first thing on the agenda is public comment. Floor is now open for public comment. Floor is now closed for public comment. First item is,
I have a question about the agenda.
okay,
In the June 12th meeting at 5:45, the workshop agenda setting meeting, we also had on there Old Salt's Fishing Foundation. We're going to do the event review today, and the Seafood Festival. And I wasn't sure whether they were going to present for this year or give us an event review. But it was on that agenda to be on this agenda, and it's not on this agenda.
yeah.
Madam Mayor, if I may, we have just received the additional information related to the pro forma for the Old Salts tournament. And so we have placed it on the regular meeting for the board for July for the review of the event and the walkthrough with staff and the board on the contractual obligations that the Old Salts Fishing Foundation is obligated to provide per the agreement. So that has actually been scheduled for the first meeting in July. The Seafood Festival, we're still working on some components, but we're gonna bring that back in the July meeting. And we had to make some modifications to the agenda because we had to add the budget items as well as working with our partners at FDOT to be here because the board has asked to have conversations about the FDOT traffic study. So we had to make some tweaks and modifications, but those items are gonna come back before the board.
So it's going to be the workshop meeting in July?
The workshop.
Or the regular meeting?
The regular meeting is gonna be the Old Salts Fishing Foundation
Okay.
contractual update. And then the Seafood Festival will come back to the board at the July workshop. So I think it's about.
So is this for this year's Seafood Festival or what happened last year?
This year's Seafood Festival. And they're gonna go through the event and the PowerPoint presentation and some items that were shared with board members individually. So you will get a recap of last year, but you also will get some information about what the ask will be for this Seafood Festival coming up in October at the July meeting.
Okay. And also I wanted to add the developers agreement for the Madera Beach Town Center. You can just put it at the end. That's fine with me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next, we have fiscal 2019 operating budget request, continuation of those requests.
Madam Mayor, members of the board, this item before you this evening is the continuation of the fiscal year 2019 operating budget request continuation. The departments that we need to finish up this afternoon is the Finance Department, Public Works, Office of the City Clerk, City Commission, and Office of the City Manager. These departments have already communicated the budget narrative, so we are going to get into the operational request. And at this time, our Finance Director will lead us off, and then I will close us out. If there's any questions throughout the presentations consistent of the discussion that we had with the board at the previous meeting, please feel free to stop staff, and we'll be able to provide additional clarification related to the operational requests by the departments.
Okay, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I believe we're on Finance Department, page 20, starts on page 25, I believe. But if we go to page 26, nothing real earth-shattering on the personnel for FY 2019 budget. It is a little bit lower than the actual that we finalized for FY 2017. The reason why FY 2017 was a little higher, that 280,000, just for an explanation, that when I started in May, there was an overlap between Patrick Cady making the director's salary and myself there for a while. So that's why the allocation is actually a little bit lower for 2019. Professional services, there's a little bit of a decrease there. That is that's our contract or retainer with our financial advisor, which is $7,500, and then plus expenses. I would like to say that I think Nick Roca, who is our financial advisor, earns every penny of this. And I don't know if the commission's aware, really, that last week Moody's reassessed our rating on our 2013 bond from A2 to AA3, which we went up 2 notches on the credit rating. That's a good thing. That's good for borrowing in the future, and it's a good reflection, so that's really a reflection on our whole financial, even though that's reflective of the 2013 series bond, it's a reflection of our whole city, because they do review our CAFR, our previous CAFR, and our budget. So he helped us with that, helped us with the refunding of the 2014 debt, and did a couple of presentations to the commission. I think he did a really good job, so I think we're lucky to have him. The computer software support, $18,500, just a little bit of an increase there. I wouldn't want to say at this point that Karen is actually, the HR coordinator, is moving into the city manager's budget, as the city manager indicated, I think, at the last workshop. And so my overall budget, plus the 2%, is at the bottom there, 108,000, but 22,600 follows Karen, and I'll try to list those as we go down this list. The pre-employment services, that 3135 account, that's that would be Karen's. That's 3,500, and that's why there's no figure there. Other contractual services, 3,400. There's no figure there in my budget, because that's 15,800 would also go with Karen. That other contractual services is actually the paychecks, payroll processing. So even, Karen will still be doing the time reporting. So that's that figure. Then as we go down, travel and training, about 1,500 followed her with that. And that 5,000 is basically for Patrick, Katie, and myself to attend GFOA conferences and insurance type conferences. And that's what that figure is. The print and reproduction, the 4,700 account, again, some of that 500 would go with Karen. And then office supplies, same thing, about 1,000 would go, and the remaining 1,000 is for our department. Dues and subscriptions, 300 also goes with Karen. So basically, the bottom line is that Karen, 22,600 is pulled out, and the remainder, the difference between what I was allocated, the 108, is the 85,000. Is there any questions on that? And I mentioned before, with Karen, Karen being transferred, and I mentioned this at the last budget workshop, that we would have a replacement for that position, which is the fiscal coordinator, which basically be Chris Tarkington, and replacing some of her financial duties, plus getting more involved in grants and capital outlay, fixed assets, and also maintaining overall management responsibility for the parking enforcement department. Is there any questions at all? If there's none, I think the clerk?
Nope. Non-departmental and parking.
Oh, non-departmental, okay. Okay, non-departmental. Yeah, I've got page. Okay. So the non-departmental starts off with computer support, and that is increasing by over 39%. And what has caused that to increase is the additional cyber security that we agreement that we signed with Network People. And that total cost, even though we've been doing it over a 6-month period, it's really a 12-month type agreement of a little over $20,000. So that's why that computer support has increased to the 143,800. Website services, pretty standard. All these others, contractual services, are pretty, not too much of an increase. Utilities is going up to 17,500, which is pretty normal. General insurance, again, that's an estimate that may change as we go forward in the next couple of weeks. Maintenance of other maintenance of building went down a little bit. And we're projecting also the fireworks for next year, and presently the water taxi, office supplies, and dues and subscriptions. There's no capital per se in there right now, but there may be a capital project or expenditure posted as we proceed in the year. So that total budget for 2019 is 606,853. And again, good part of that budget and increase is the additional cybersecurity package that Network People, that we've contracted with Network People, and they gave the commission a report of what they're all doing. And clearly, they've been able to show the number of intrusions trying to come in to attack our systems, and that they're repelling them. And I think they're doing a pretty good job. So with that does come a cost. And I was at an insurance meeting last Friday, and everybody is facing this, and everybody is bearing a cost of supporting it. So.
Does a lot of those expenses go back to like administrative services to other departments? Because the computer isn't just in here. It affects everybody.
You know, that's a good point. I mean, I could spread that to the other funds. That is a good point.
And departments.
Yeah, I could do that.
It's kind of, that's a good idea. Should we be talking about the $25,000 right now for the water taxi?
That's what I was going to make a comment on. I thought, and we really had talked about it several times, and I know that the city manager was going back to get an updated type of contract, and I even indicated at the time, I understand that you're doing it, and that's fine, but I'm against it. I mean, I think it's a subsidized amount to the water taxi company. I wish them all the best of luck in the world. I think it's a good product that they're going to give, but I do not think that the citizens of Madeira Beach should be subsidizing it, giving any money to it at all. It doesn't affect us. So should we still leave it on there then, Jonathan, city manager, until you get the contract, or that's the way I feel?
Madam Mayor, my recommendation would be for the entity that is receiving the $25,000 from the city to have the opportunity to proffer kind of their best and final offer, or any concessions that they're willing to consider. And then when the entire balance of the board is here, then you can provide staff with direction. I can get that on as early as the July meeting for direction from the board, so we can include or exclude it in as part of the budget discussion, but certainly would allow for the entity that is receiving that funds the opportunity to talk to this board under 15 minutes, of course, to make
Thank you.
their agreement public, and then the board can provide direction to staff as to how you wish to proceed. So that would be staff's recommendation.
Are we having any other budget meetings?
Yes, I haven't been able to get together with city manager on this, but probably in the next, after next week, we're probably going to need another one, just to recap some things that we've already talked about. So that would be a good time to address that as well.
So can we have that at that meeting?
Yeah.
So we can
Yeah, yeah.
do or die on it?
Yeah, certainly. We can include that in whatever the next budget meeting is. So whether it's before that July meeting or after, because we want to get to the point where we provide the board pretty much a comprehensive budget document so we can go through that, and then you can provide us any additional direction or clarifications or something that we may have missed that we include in the budget document. So I'll get with the finance director and we'll put together kind of what the next series of budget meetings, but the next meeting we have with the board, we'll make sure that that's the first item that we do address.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. On the fireworks, are we getting more bang for the buck, or did the price just go up? On the fireworks, are we getting more bang for the buck, or did the price go up?
It's $5,000 for large.
There's $5,000 that's included in for the barge, but currently at this particular moment, we're working to find some alternatives because of the nature of the construction industry at this particular moment. Those individuals that have barges are in very high demand, and the cost to get them here seems to be increasing. So the Public Works Director as well as the Fire Chief are working specifically this year to try to secure that and look at some different alternatives. But for the fireworks itself, we're getting the same number of fireworks that we've gotten in the past. And so for a rule of thumb is that for every minute a fireworks show it's about $1,000. So it's conceivably to say our show will be about 26 to, if we're fortunate, maybe about 30-minute show.
Okay, thank you.
I think it was a great idea that you had made, city manager, about getting sponsorship for the fireworks. And at first, actually, I had circled that and said, let's be really positive about getting sponsorship and take out that $31,000 from the budget. And then I thought, well, that might be a little premature to do that. But I hope that we can earmark that somehow to get sponsorship. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, and I think with having our new public information specialist on board and him and I kind of tag teaming that, working with some of our local vendors in our business community, we will be able to get some sponsorship to help offset some of the costs for future fireworks displays, etc.
I think it'd be better to get the additional and make the show better. It's been at the same rate for 15 years now. We've spent the same amount of money, and I'm sure the quality's gone down because we are at the same amount. So if we could get it boosted up a little bit.
Yeah, we can certainly, when we go out to, and that's always an easier sales pitch to say the city's going to commit to 26,000, but we want to make it the biggest and the best. Would you be willing to add to the show? And if we get to 50,000, the business community sees that you're invested in it and is more likely to contribute as opposed to supplanting their money with your tax dollar money to offset that cost. So that's that's an easier sell. So there can be a variation of that, but to Commissioner Oakley's point, that is something that it would be easier to sell, to say the city's invested in this and we want to have the biggest and best fireworks show next to, St. Petersburg or Clearwater or what have you. So would you be willing to contribute to assist? That's definitely something that we can explore. And then once we put our packages together and folks give us commitments, that's something that we can, get into more detail once we have the data and the information and the commitments.
Are we going to the clerk next, or?
Parking.
Next one is
Parking.
parking.
Oh, parking, okay. On the parking, I was just going to ask if, I did give the commission some answers to some of the questions that came up at the last budget workshop.
60.
Was there any further questions on those?
Page 60.
On some of the questions that I received on parking, and I submitted a email to the commissioners. One of the things that I did find out that some of these questions were good. The percentage of parking revenue of coins versus cards, and we took a couple of months and looked at that, and actually 12.15% is in coins versus 87.85% revenue coming from cards. And again, I shared this with the commissioners in an email, and I think that's a really good stat, because that's kind of what we want. We want more people going to the cards and less dependence on the coins, because the coins actually take more time to process and more time, and it's better to have more use on the cards. And again, that's one of the reasons why we went with the new machines, the new technology, and the new app that's available. I also provided some information about that Heartland actually decreased, even after the contract was approved in January, the renewal, that actually, we incurred another additional savings of at least $3,000. And I didn't even realize that until I called him and wanted to get some exact figures for him. So we continue to do good with Heartland and the percentage that they do charge us. On the parking budget for FY 2019, the salaries and wages pretty much on target. And again, for purposes of the personnel costs, until we provide other options as far as salaries and raises and benefits, we've been keeping that pretty much at the 2.1%. The rest of the budget for parking is contractual ticket processing is going down based on that contract with Compass that we also renewed, and there was a savings there as well. So there was a savings with Compass and Heartland as far as processing the ticket processing. We put a little extra money in travel and training to maybe have personnel or staff in that department attend other type of educational seminars and things that are parking related. We really haven't done that, and see what other communities are doing. The maintenance of the pay stations took a drastic drop from 39,000 down to 15. The reason there being is because we have all new, brand new, 29 brand new machines. They all have a 1-year maintenance with those, so that if anything goes wrong with those in a year's time, which will spill over into 19, we will not have to fix those. And even past the warranty, there's a minimal charge for the year after that CalA assesses. So there might be, the 15,000 is basically a cushion so that if we exit that, how and when we exit that warranty. The big, while there have been some reductions here favorable, the increase in banking service fees increased from 87,800 to 121,000, and the reason being there is we increased parking by 50 cents, and with that comes the additional corresponding charges or fees related to credit card processing. So that 121,000 has been carefully calculated. It's an estimate, and that just goes with, increasing the fees. Departmental supplies took a little bit of a decrease. So bottom line is, the 184,000 that we were allocated with the last year's allocation plus the 2%, 184 is pretty much on target. Is there any questions with that? And again, I was glad that some of the questions on the budget workshop related to the fees, because in talking to Heartland, they did drop us again from 50% to 0.33% right after we renewed the contract. So I was glad to hear that. So. Is there any other questions on parking?
All right, next department will be Public Works, and under Public Works will be sanitation, stormwater, Archibald Fund, Marina, Johns Pass Village.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I will wait for
That's page
40.
40, okay.
We could start at Public Works Administration on page 41. The personnel, that's the stuff that Walt goes through and it puts in those numbers for us. We get more down into the nuts and bolts of this, which is the operating. The travel and training for this year is at 5,500. It's been there for last year. The cellular phone use, once again, is allocated by the Finance Department. Moving on down to rentals and leases, that's in case we've got to rent equipment or otherwise we get involved into a repair that we don't have the proper kind of equipment. In the past, they've bought equipment that has been a little bit overkill. So we need smaller stuff now where we can crawl between houses, etc. And sometimes we'll have to go rent that equipment. The general insurance is another number that's put in by finance, and that's calculated by these folks. The maintenance of our auto equipment and our other equipment has gone up just a little bit, just due to increases. And we also increased that a little bit for some new equipment. Maintenance of the streets is remains at 15,000, yes, and signs and signals, which is the pass-through of 50, I believe will come out of there when we get down to the budget. That was what have we been talking about with the county for some time. That's that pass-through number from DOT that takes care of all the signals, etc. 6,500 in departmental supplies, which includes the parts, operating equipment as needed by our excellent mechanic who's only here really 2 days a week. Flag supplies, banners that you see on the bridge, estimated fuel consumption, which is a really hard number and a moving target, and 4,824 for some new tools that we have to have this year. We did, in capital improvement, add $250,000 for street resurfacing, and then there's also some roadside replacement money there, and that's all capital stuff I believe we're going over tomorrow.
Well, it's on
Today.
today's agenda.
It's on today. The John Deere forklift and the backhoe are, the John Deere forklift, you might have seen it, it's green. We've had it since 1986, I think. It needs to be replaced, and then our big backhoe loader needs to be, we need something smaller that can crawl between the houses, makes it easier for us to do point repairs, et cetera. And that's the capital equipment. You see that 250 for street resurfacing. That number's been very low in the past, so I think we'll get a lot of bang for our buck with that. And the next page, it breaks out the employment positions.
It's pretty much the same.
And that is the same as, pretty much the same as last year. Any questions about the Public Works Department that I could answer at this time?
Dave, I don't have any questions, but I do want to say thank you. We got the signs on the bridge.
Finally.
Your crew put together.
Great.
And so far, so good. It's worked.
Good,
And
good, good.
They're
We'll
very
see how long they
noticeable, very
last.
colorful. So I'm sure that's, people are seeing it. But thank you so much for the quick
Yes, ma'am.
response to that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. On page 43, where it says fiscal year 2019 position changes summary, and it's got that little paragraph with regards to those two resolutions that were passed. And I'm just wondering if there's, I asked Clara to make a copy of them for me because I didn't really understand what it was. So I'm wondering if they're still applicable?
That was put in by Vince.
Actually,
When you
it's,
get into, the positions, that's not something that Dave does.
we put that in, we don't need that, but we put that in as far as explaining the lead mechanic's position and his wages and hours. The bottom resolution can probably be deleted. We'll take another look at that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. That's it?
Okay?
Some of these things, some of these things on the positions I've left in just as a reminder, to explain some of the things that have happened in the past. Doesn't necessarily mean that they'll stay in there, that they'll be taken out and revised.
Seeing no further questions there, I'd like to move into the Parks Department, which is budgeted this year to be down from $138,200 to $111,200. The Parks Department does manage the $58,000 contractual service, which is our landscaping contract.
That's on page 51.
I'm sorry, 51, and yes. The staff, I think, in my opinion, the way we were able to get that number down is staff took over the maintenance of all of the city center. So not only, we're doing a lot more as staff. We haven't added any staff. We're doing more, and we were able to have the contract go out for RFP and come back reduced by 31.76%, which I think is a pretty good job by the staff. I'd just like to comment, they do a wonderful job managing that contract, and the recreation folks and Debbie taking care of this over here has helped. The rest of this stuff is the water for the medians, that's part of our parks. Same thing with the 27.7. The waste disposal is a number that we have kind of carried over, and I think it's pretty close. The maintenance of auto equipment was pulled out of there because we have all those other items we pulled out in previous years because it's mainly managing the parks contract, and of course it's a lot, but not just the parks contract. Is there any questions about our parks department? Okay, I'd like to move into John's Pass Village, if that's okay, on page 64. The John's Pass Village budget is total of $436.55. What you'll have in here is the contractual services for the bathrooms. Once again, the utilities for the restrooms, the air conditioning and what have you at the bathrooms down there. It also includes the electrical service to the facilities there, the small building, the electrical service for the street lights, the boardwalk lights, and the signs. Waste disposal comes in at about $38,900 in Johns Pass. It continues to increase, which is a great news, because that means there's a lot of people here. General insurance quote, we have to rely on finance for that. Maintenance of the building, that's preventative maintenance and repair of the village restrooms and air conditioning. I think my copy says Fantasy Planet Retail Store. If yours says that needs to be pulled out. The Fantasy Planet Retail Store is a triple net lease, and they have to pay for their own maintenance and repair. So that's why that number is not larger. If we had to take care of that building, it costs quite a bit more than that. The grounds and the parks, both in Johns Pass, that doesn't just include Johns Pass Village, but Johns Pass Park, maintenance of the boardwalk, and the regular maintenance we do down there is, everybody says you only do it during spring break, but our spring break's year round. If the sun shines, we have folks here, and we're blessed. Departmental supplies for Johns Pass Village is once again signs, paint, mulch, ashtrays, receptacles. We have pretty much got to our usable life on all of our trash cans, ashtrays, benches, etc. in Johns Pass Village, and I'm going to need to do something about that. With the state allocation last year, I was able to accomplish getting the Eaton power pedestals on the boardwalk replaced, but that's just a small drop in the bucket. It needs to be cleaned up. You can only spray paint and powder coat these cans so many times before you just gotta replace them. It's just the atmosphere we live in here. It's the salt mist, you know, it's not the salt air, it's the salt air. You guys all live here, you know better than me. So, that pretty much wraps up Johns Pass Village with a total budget of $155,346. $430,000 was, I'm sorry, that was last year's budget, including the capital, which is still there. There's a capital of $15,000 to fix the seawall caddy corner to Walt's Fish Shack. That's 15 is for that, and the 263,355 is for the transient pier or at dock at Johns Pass Village. We're going to submit for a Florida Boating Improvement Grant, otherwise known as the big grant, and hopefully we'll be successful this year.
That's actually, that should say revised 2018 at the top. I'll make that correction. And those figures that Dave just indicated, those two rolled over into this year, into this fiscal year. Those were the balances left last year, and they rolled in.
Yeah, I've been on the back burner, so to speak, for that seawall at Johns Pass, but it will be done by the end of this budget year. It's got to be done.
Madam Mayor, if I may, the items that are capital in nature, it is going to be staff's recommendation if we have effectively not started the project or we cannot complete the project and close the project out by the end of the fiscal year, that we rebudget those items in the fiscal year 2019 budget. You'll see later on in the CIP is that the $265,355 is not included in the overall CIP because of the nature of some of these items, when we bring the entire document, we'll say, this is the fiscal year 2019 capital projects. These are the fiscal year 2018 rebudgeted items for a total CIP for, whatever the end amount is. And the premise behind that is to be able to better track and monitor our projects, but we've already had the discussion internally that any projects that we look to bring forward, if we can't complete it in that fiscal year, we need to make sure that we plan out for future fiscal years. So if the transient boat docks conceivably are going to take 2 years for us to complete it, you'll see in future budgets, we'll actually split the cost over a 2-year period, because we don't want to put a document out that effectively the public sees that we're going to complete something in fiscal year 2018 and we continuously rebudget and never complete the project. So the items that would be listed in the CIP for fiscal year 2019 and the rebudgets, it is administration's goal to make sure that these projects are completed on time, on schedule, and under budget, unless there's unforeseeable circumstances, and then we'll inform the board accordingly and then ask for those items to be rebudgeted.
And to piggyback on what Mr. Evans said, a project like the transient dock has been in permitting for almost 2 years. We're having a lot of conversation with Army Corps right now, so I anticipate the permit being, I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
no.
So we're getting closer and closer, but that's why that's had to continue to roll over, and we weren't able to do it right away. Originally, there was $300,000 budgeted for the transient dock, and unfortunately, we bumped into stuff that we've had to fix, and that's the budget that got hit. So that's why it's not the original $300,000, and it's down from that.
Okay, Dave, can I ask a question about that same item? Where is that transient pier? I mean, where are you talking? Is it right there at the bell tower?
It's gonna be
So much
right at the bell tower, and it will come off of the boardwalk. There'll be a gate, and it'll come off the boardwalk, and it will go down to a floater that'll extend out 120 feet. The city of Indian Rocks did it right next to the Holiday Inn. It's been a huge success. Is it Indian Rocks or Indian Shores? City of Indian Rocks did it behind Salt Rock Grill. It's been Indian Shores. They did it there. Hopefully we can get grant money, but it's kind of ridiculous to have the west coast of Florida's largest free waterfront attraction that you can go to, but you can't get to it by boat.
Well, I guess I have two questions. Is that the same area that they were talking about years ago, that the city was talking about, and it was like $70,000? I remember that figure comes to mind. Years ago, there was a transient dock proposed there, not that many years ago, maybe 5, 6 years ago.
There was never a number. If you could construct a dock for $70,000.
Yeah, it was just a floating thing. It was not it didn't have the pilings. I guess it was one of those. But do the other communities, where you mentioned the other communities, do they have as much commercial
We're going to
commercial
monitor the dock.
congestion, boating
It's not
congestion?
going to be a commercial dock. We're going to monitor the dock. It's for recreational use.
No, I understand that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I meant to say, are there as many retail, commercial entities around those other transient docks in those other communities as there would be right there at the bell tower? It's so congested. I was just curious.
That's
I know
the
you said
success of
120.
it.
Oh, okay.
That's the success. I mean, if I live in Madeira Beach, do I want to take my boat over to the transient dock, or do I want to drive down there? If I live in Treasure Island, do I want to come over in my little boat, tie up at the dock, run in and have lunch and come back out? Sounds like a nice afternoon to me.
I was just curious. And is that one of those grants that's
We don't have a
matching?
grant available yet.
I'm sorry, but is the one that you're looking for, okay? the one that
Absolutely.
you've
I've
been
applied
working
for
on.
it 3 times.
Okay.
So I haven't been fortunate, and the budget numbers, all 3 times that we applied for the grant, are available, and none of them are $70,000. It's more towards the $300,000 mark that we originally budgeted. You just can't go drive regular pilings out there. There's a very swift current that moves through the pass. So we've got to keep that in mind and properly engineer the dock for everything that's going to be up there to tie up there.
Yeah, I would just think that with the, so they've been using the same figures for the last couple of years as far as the, maybe not what it would cost, obviously, but what the matching thing would be, or the,
No, we put in there what it would cost. That's part of the grant.
and it hasn't gone up a whole bunch in that period of time. Everything's going up so much, I guess I'm just thinking
I'm
that-
sure it has, but I haven't revisited it
Okay.
recently.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. The grounds and maintenance was for Johns Pass and Johns Pass Park, both?
Yes.
Well, in Archibald, there's a line item that has contractual services for Johns Pass Park for about the same amount of money. I mean, I don't
Yep,
understand
that
why.
was for the bath, or, hang on a second. What did you say? Archibald? I got it right.
Page 70.
Is it
And
46,
actually, I don't even- well, I didn't even understand why
4612?
that's in there.
Where, excuse me?
3415. Well,
That's
why wouldn't that
janitorial
be
service.
in
That's
Archibald
cleaning and
itself?
janitorial services contract.
Why wouldn't that be in Johns Pass Park instead of Archibald Park? It can get paid for out of there, but and I know it's
That
always
was,
been here, but I think it needs to be pulled out of there.
That's not something that, that I put in there, but I can meet with Walt on how that stuff goes in there. I'm pretty familiar with the, with how this could be spent.
We'll take
but-
another look at that.
Okay, thanks. And there's no people in Johns Pass?
No, ma'am.
Why?
Once again, I'm not,
As far as there's any staff that's charged against Johns Pass, is that the question, or staff that is assigned to Johns Pass Village exclusively?
I didn't lay out the way the employees are taken out of the different
Because-
funds.
Because as it stands right now, if I'm not mistaken, and the finance director or the HR coordinator can correct me if I'm wrong, there is a portion that is charged against that particular fund, but there's not an individual per se or individuals that are assigned exclusively to Johns Pass Village.
That is correct.
Any more questions on the Johns Pass Village Fund? We're mainly the maintenance guys down there.
Right, that's right, because,
And
I
that's
mean,
what-
it really needs it, you know, it's,
Every day,
every day.
every day.
I think, yeah.
100%.
I pick up at least 3 bags every day. You do too, other people do, but I just wonder that that's not a realistic, I know that we're going over it now, and maybe we can look at it again, but it's really not a very realistic approach to Johns Pass Village. It needs cleaning up every day, and certainly in 2019, the rest of 2018 and budget 2019, should we be successful in getting, in mulching and getting more soil and cleaning it up, we really need to think about a dedicated person or a dedicated person in addition to the Thursday services that are provided by Floriculture. If we want to do things down there, we got to keep it clean.
Right, and we have personnel down there every day. We have staff down there every day. Especially sanitation, somebody has to empty the trash cans.
I agree with that, yeah, sanitation, I do see that, not every day, but,
Debbie, if we go back to what we were talking about a couple weeks ago about getting a group together that goes down like every morning and does a sweep pass. And we've seen them, I've seen them over at, South Beach. A group of volunteers that go down there
Right.
and clean up the South Beach parking lot.
We had a beach cleanup
I'm not looking for a
yesterday.
perfect world, I'm just
No,
looking
I'm
to
just
say if
saying,
we do it not, you know,
I
if we
think we
do it
could
up
get-
nice.
I
needs
think it
to
ought
be
to look
kept.
like Disney World. I
I
agree.
do too.
Yeah, and we have a street sweeper out front. So, we're gonna, hopefully the days of seeing Debbie walking around with the 5-gallon bucket is a lot less because we now have a street sweeper with,
We're gonna give it to
I
that
walk
Debbie.
around with a 5-gallon bucket. Yeah, okay.
okay, any more questions?
Debbie certainly does too.
Before Dave goes into the Archibald Fund, just a clarification on the personnel charge to Archibald. We did make a change in the positions and the costing of positions. We only have one person, division supervisor, who's being charged there for this budget. The two other grounds maintenance workers, they are actually under the recreation department. However, we took the cost of those two positions, which is over $100,000, or around $105,000, and transferred that amount from Archibald to the general fund, which would show up in the general fund revenue as a transfer from another fund. So I just wanted to make that clear, because if you see the personnel salaries and wages, you can see a decrease there of over 52%, and I just wanted to explain that.
So who is the one person left and where do they work?
Debbie Laramie would be the one person left and she works for me.
Then technically she can't work in the pass. The pass is not a recreation or park. The pass is a retail entertainment spot.
She can't work in the Johns Pass
Village.
Village.
Right. And she's there every day, almost. She can only work in parks or recreation. That person can.
We're just going to have to readdress that again. So,
Okay.
Okay, moving past personnel, you will see the rest of the things listed out. The contractual services, which Commissioner Oakley already brought up, we'll make sure to identify that and talk about it at the next budget workshop. The administrative services number has yet to come from the Finance Department. We do have travel and training in there for Deb. She's definitely one of our rock star staff. Cell phone, the water service for the parks at Archibald, the building there, the sprinkler, when I say building, bathroom, the sprinklers, the electric for the restrooms, waste disposal. The general insurance, once again, is provided to us by the Finance Department. Maintenance of Deb's truck, and she is getting a new truck this year in this year's budget. It's hopefully getting replaced. The preventative maintenance on and repair to Archibald Park and the 9/11 Memorial Building, which is at $5,000. General grounds and park maintenance, same thing with the maintenance of the other equipment, sprinklers, all kinds of stuff, mowers, et cetera. We still end up doing quite a bit of mowing, et cetera, just due to the fact of the way the world is. And we deal with all the code compliance, code problems, et cetera. We do that stuff in-house. Maintenance of the beach, it's our beach cleaning contact, and then the swim buoy maintenance and replacement signs and receptacles on the beach. The swim buoy stuff has been tough for us this year. We don't have a boat, so it's been, we're working with a couple of different folks to try to get them to take our buoys out for us. Maintenance of the palm trees, which is an annual contract. Uniforms, and then departmental supplies, gasoline and oil, tools, same thing. Dues and subscription with a total of $177,560. And then there will be a transfer to the general fund. Got that. So we have one employee, Debbie Laramie, coming out of Archibald Fund. So any more questions or comments?
What is the total revenue at Archibald?
What is the total revenue at Archibald?
The estimated revenue,
Yes.
we haven't really
Mike,
calculated.
Mike,
We
thank
really
you.
haven't calculated that yet.
what was this year's?
I've got it at,
The revenue for, actual for 17 was 413,391.
Director Pierce, what did you have for the actuals for fiscal year 17?
4,013,391 was the actual.
400,000?
400,000, yeah.
Because here on page 68, it has that the actual from the Archibald Fund was 351,978, and then the adopted budget for fiscal year 2018 was 388,800.
Is that the 2018 budget?
That is the actual document that you provided to the board for the June 14th, 2018.
Page 68, that's, he found it,
Workshop.
I just didn't see it.
I didn't calculate the revenue yet for 2019. for
But the
Archibald.
adopted budget had for
377.
2018. Listed here as 388,800, and that's on page 68. And then the budget document for 2018 also says that 388,800. And then we
budget
have
for the-
and then 17 is the adopted is 400, or for the adopted fiscal year 17 is 409,700, and then the actual for fiscal year 2017, the document provided, page 68, says $351,978. So there's either a discrepancy or a calculation error from the adopted budget to what the actual is, or revenues down.
Page 68,
If you look at page 68 on the document that was provided to the board
right,
on June 14th,
right,
and then you look at the 2018 budget on page 70,
right.
you'll see that the adopted fiscal year 2018 Archibald Fund was 409,700. When you go to reconcile that against the item that was provided to the board on June 14th on page 68, it shows that the actual for fiscal year 2017 was $351,987. So,
Okay, you're talking expenditures, she's talking revenue.
but I'm going to funding
No,
source. I'm
what's the
looking,
funding
looking
You're
at
talking
funding source.
expenditures or revenue?
I'm
I
talking
think-
revenue,
Revenue.
funding source, which the revised for 2017 is 422,751 in the 2018 budget that I have. And then in what you gave us, it's,
Okay, one more time. All right, in this document right here, there's no revenue for Archibald.
yeah, it
This
says
is-
Archibald Fund and it says funding source, Archibald Fund.
Yeah, that's a total of the expenditures. That's not revenue.
But if it's an expenditure.
So it says funding source, that's
Says-
why I was confused then.
You hear your total is, yes, your total.
That's probably a word problem, but that's total expenditures. That is not revenue.
You have it as total expenditures, that's correct. But right underneath that, it says funding source.
Okay, that's
The funding
probably,
source, it's we're having a
Right.
wording issue here.
that's a wording problem.
Right.
Just strike that, but that's total expenditures.
Okay.
And again, to answer the question, the total revenue actual for Archibald for 2017 is $413,391. The budget for 2018 was $383,000.
388,000.
$383,000.
Right. Okay, now we found the confusion.
Okay.
You're looking at the total fund sources is $383,000.
I'm looking at page
That
7.
388 is funding uses.
Right, it's the wording there.
Again, that's expenditures, not revenue.
But we cite it as revenue on here. So so the funding source, you have it as, what page are the funding sources identified? So we're looking at the same document, or same pages. in the-
Okay, this is just total, just strike out funding source here, just strike that out.
So is there any funding sources in this document?
No, and I indicated at the last, thank you, at the last budget workshop, I indicated that we are still working on the revenue for these funds. They haven't been calculated yet. The only calculation that was done was the general fund for revenue. Now, when I mention these revenue figures, I'm actually looking at another document I have for the actual revenue and what was budgeted for this year. So
But
I'm sorry for that.
But in the
misinterpretation.
adopted budget, the funding source is the actual revenue, or no?
No, it's the actual expense.
Those are expenditures, they're the same figures as the line above. Just strike that whole line and just wipe it off. Those are expenditures.
Okay, can I move on to the sanitation fund?
Madam Mayor, if I may, if we can, in essence, put this particular section of the agenda on hold, because we have the representatives, I believe, from FDOT that are here, and we want to be mindful of their time, so we're asking if we can consider allowing for them to present maybe a 5-minute recess so staff can make the transition to discuss the items.
Can I do one more question before we close Archibald out?
Sure.
And then before we do that, because I'm good with that, I just had one question on it. Because it says on page 70, line item 4690, maintenance palm trees, $20,000. And it says contractual annual maintenance citywide. There again, you can't use this contract citywide. It can only be for parks and,
And that's where we use it at in parks, that's why it's only $20,000.
well, it says citywide. So that needs to be taken out.
Citywide. I'm sorry, I'm not on the mic. We use it in the parks citywide, but we have, I can't remember how many palm trees. 200, 300, but
understand.
anyhow, we don't allocate money out of here to spend anywhere except for 100% public parks.
Okay.
And that's probably, we can put that in the line description
It
for
was
public
just-
parks.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Because when you say citywide, I just took it as the entire city, every palm tree in the city. That was all.
Public parks.
Yeah,
So take out citywide and just put
public parks,
Public
correct.
parks. Anything else with Archibald that I can help with or explain or?
Okay.
Other thing?
I think we're
Good.
finished for that then. And we will now take a 5-minute break. Good time.
Hi, John.
Get out of your way, buddy.
I didn't know we were going to go there for a couple minutes.
Is 2:17 and the meeting is reconvened. And for the record, I would like to say that Commissioner Douthert arrived at the meeting at 2:05. Next on the agenda, pardon me? And took a break. And took a break. So thank you for coming. Next on the agenda, we have the local development on a state roadway. Director Portel.
Yes, I'm right here.
Oh, there you are.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. We've long been talking about the fact that there is quite a bit of new development, big developments actually, planned for the stretch between Gulf Boulevard and the bridge along the causeway. And there has been concern on the part of commissioners and the citizens as to how all of that has been analyzed, how traffic counts have been accumulated and analyzed by DOT, and what kind of process has been gone through in order to ensure adequate traffic safety and access along the roadways. And each time a large development comes in, they are obligated on a state road to do a traffic study and submit that to DOT for their analysis. And that analysis is a part of the consideration for approval that they go through, both here and at the county. And if it reaches the state, if it's a large development issue that goes as far as the state, then they consider that analysis as well. But we felt that it was probably high time that you had an opportunity to get input from FDOT on what process they go through in this analysis, and also give you the opportunity to ask specific questions about what was approved along the causeway in particular, and what considerations are being brought to bear, especially now that we're getting closer to development. Today we have with us Robert Esposito, who's Government Affairs Liaison with FDOT. We have Joe Ellen Guthrie, Traffic Services Program Engineer and District Traffic Operations Supervisor, and David Skrlunis, who is Traffic Engineer 2 and District Traffic Operations Department. And Mr. Skrlunis is going to start out by giving you a short presentation on the methodology that they use in their access management. So if he could come forward.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. What I would like to do today is just kind of give you a brief overview of the DOT's methodology, prepared just a quick 10-slide show just to kind of give an idea of, kind of what goes on. And then I'll be happy to answer, some questions, and some of my colleagues also answer any questions that we can't answer here today, and stuff about, what way we have going on. So basically, this is titled The Fundamentals of Access Management. And the first thing, what is access management? We're managing modal conflicts. And you can see up on the slide there, it's a combination of transit, pedestrian, bike, automobiles. All of those different types of modes are what we're looking at when new developments are coming along, the state road system. What we do in defining access management, it's planning and location type design for access for driveways, your medians, median openings, and not in this case, but interchanges as well. So we look at all those different types of conflict points and where their different modes are going to be actually interfacing each other. What we try to do is limit the number of conflict points for all modes, separate them for all modes if possible, and provide reasonable access to each of the property owners along a system. Why we care so much. More conflicts, more crashes. So if you take something that's got shown on the left there is a 4-lane road with just separated by a double yellow line. If you put a median in there, you create a lot less conflicts. And from our district secretary, got a little quote there at the bottom, we didn't just make this stuff up. It's a prime reason for access management. That was former before he was a secretary, when he was actually the access management engineer. Basically, this is all being able to be done, which is set forth in Florida statutes And the rule chapter 1496, that has to do with connection permits, so your driveways. And rule chapter 1497 is your access management, your classification system for the different types of roadway. I'll hold that slide for a second. I see some writing. We're getting some numbers down there. The roadways are developed, cut into different access classes. The class over there on the left, you got from a freeway type system from access class 2 all the way to an access class 7, which in this case, State Road 666 there is access class 7, where it comes over Tom Stewart Causeway. Class 2, let me go back to the slide here.
You'll have to speak directly into the microphone and
I'd like to face her back. Class 2, it will be your most restrictive, which would be like your interstate type where you have very restricted access, into Class 7, which gives your least restrictive. So you'd have more driveways, more median openings, basically more stuff going on. So the more urban that you get the higher number. The access class for the Tom Stewart Causeway, where it comes down to the beach there, is an access class 7. So if we look at this slide, you can see where the median openings for a full opening or a directional opening, the spaces get closer together. You have 660 feet for a full versus all the way up to an access class 2, it's 2,600 feet. Connections are the driveway openings. Between driveways, you can have, in an access class 7, 125 feet, or versus majority of the roads probably fall under access class 5. You're looking at, depending on the speed limit, 440 feet between driveways, 245. Now, granted, there's a lot of driveways in areas that fall under, the grandfathering because they've been there, for so long before a lot of this access classification has taken effect. Quick little portion of the, does everyone get a driveway? We have to give the property owner, we have to give them reasonable access. So if they have other means, like through a side street or whatever, they don't necessarily have to have a driveway, but we look at the types of traffic volume that they'll be generating and look what would be the safest for the motoring public. Some of the things for vehicle access, and we really strongly encourage cross-access, which is access between businesses, so folks don't have to get back out onto a roadway. They can sometimes go between businesses. We look at turn lane lengths, median openings, talked about offset turn lanes, so you can see oncoming vehicles past another vehicle going the other direction. Driveway radii, when we're looking at if a business has a lot of trucks coming in and out, we'll use larger radius so they don't track off track and break the sidewalk, break the curbing, go through the grass. Reasonable access, one driveway, possibly none, possibly more. Reasonable access, if they butt up against a side street, it may make more sense to get your access off the side street than the main road, just because you'll be easier to turn onto the side street, create less conflict along the main line. We also look at pedestrian access. It's one of the modes as well. With more and more folks out walking, more and more folks riding their bikes and using the sidewalks, using our other systems, it's imperative that they have access to businesses and properties as well. So we'll look at all those kind of things. So this is just a quick overview of what we do in access management when we're looking at these projects that come in and some of the things that we consider when a developer or somebody comes to us asking for an access connection on a state road, what we go through and what we look at. And with that, if you have some questions, anything that I'm capable of answering, I would be more than happy to.
Not yet.
Thank you.
I'll be sitting over there.
Okay.
all right. Are there any questions at all in regards to this item, or would you like to move on and talk about the developments that are coming up?
I have a question, and I've seen it in other places, and that's why I want to ask, to be clear. If a developer does not ask the DOT, okay, for permission to maybe have, instead of one driveway, to have two driveways, okay? And they go ahead and build that project, or they go ahead and complete that project, or they start that project, okay? And then someone comes and says, you're only supposed to have one driveway here because it's 175 feet from one driveway to another. Do you follow what I'm saying? If you've got a state road, okay, and I've seen this in other places, and that's why I'm asking it. Yeah, if you've got a state road and somebody starts building and they put in two big driveways to get in and out of the property, okay, and they really only should have put one right in the middle, what happens?
Well, they get stopped.
Well, okay, right.
And they would have to make the correction. Now, if it's happened elsewhere, that would be, number one, a failing of local regulatory process. Before anyone issues a permit for development along state road, they need to have gotten the input from FDOT. They will not give final approval on a development until it has approval from the local government, but they will review it and they'll issue a letter of intent effectively that states it does meet their standards with its design. But if people come back and start developing something else, then they get stopped and they get fined and they have to go back and correct it depending on what the regulatory fines are locally. But they would not be allowed to get a CO on a property to access FDOT facilities without FDOT approval.
Okay, but it falls under that,
Yes.
what y'all were just talking about.
Correct.
Okay.
It's possible that a local government can have even more strict regulation or more detailed or refined regulations than FDOT in the way that they handle access or separations, but it's unusual along a state roadway.
Okay. Okay. Just my own thinking, thank you.
I got a question. I've been asking since March for a count that FDOT did in February, and in the paperwork for today, I still don't see, what the count, what the numbers were of cars and stuff like that. When are we going to get that?
Maybe FDOT could, do you know when your counts were completed for this area most recently? We understood they were done in February, but. Okay. Okay, we haven't received them, but I had requested before because my understanding was in February, but we'll follow up on it again.
Okay, because it's hard to kind of put all this together if we don't know what our traffic count is. Do we have
Right.
10 cars a day coming across the bridge, or we got 10,000? Until we figure that out, how do we know what we're doing or what we're dealing with?
Well, we do have the traffic analysis for the developments does include the counts.
If I remember correctly, what he said is he stood up there with a clicker counting cars for 1 hour's time. To me, that is not, it might be accurate, I don't trust it.
There was the thing that went across the road in February, and
Yeah.
I talked to you about it, and here it is, June, almost July. We've been requesting every month when we talk to Jonathan, when are we gonna get that report from the strike bar across the road, whatever they call them?
Right, the counter.
That's the counter.
And looking at all this, it's kind of hard to put it together if we don't know what's going on. And we don't. We're missing a piece of the puzzle, a very big piece of the puzzle.
Right, and to take an actual traffic count, it's from 7 to 8 o'clock or 8:45 in the morning on 150 of cars that turn right on Madeira Way is a joke to me. Do it at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when it's totally backed up to the bridge.
Right, well,
You know?
when they have those out.
And when the school lets out.
Yeah,
They
when
do.
school lets out, it's
Yeah.
any other time of day. We don't have the greatest amount of people to get up and go to work.
Well,
One more retirement.
Correct, those clickers, the stripes work all day long, so they do know when the peak hour is on a road, and their counts show when those peak hours occur. So peak is a little bit different on one facility than it is for another.
Absolutely. Peak at a beach is different than
Sure.
peak on Almerton and 19.
And it's different during different times of the year, as you said, because of school and the season. But it's pretty heavy in February, which is why they usually do it then.
Not at 8 o'clock in the morning.
No, but if they got the strip out there all day long, they know what the trips are all day long.
Madam Mayor.
So
I was just looking at
we
that
will-
report we got.
Aggressively pursue getting those numbers.
Madam Mayor, if I may, and the department director can certainly help me out, as a subject of the approval process that a developer would effectively have to go through, FDOT has a set of standards and documentation and information that they would need to obtain in order to permit that type of development on their roadway. So we can get the numbers, but ultimately the control of the roadway and does the roadway have the capacity to fulfill the development falls on the analysis provided by FDOT. It's not a city roadway, so we can get that information, but in essence, if we can't make a compelling argument to convince FDOT that we have some concerns, there's really limited authority that we have because it is their roadway. And so we can get the information that says, it's 1 million cars that go down that roadway, but if it is something that they effectively have said it meets all the standards, they, by statute, have to allow for that development to occur. So I would hope that if we had concerns from a city perspective, we also have to trust our partners at FDOT to look at the analysis that's involved in the project, because they're doing these types of projects all over the state of Florida, and they're very well versed on these types of things. So I think there has to be some clarification that it's something that they, as the regulatory agency, have to be able to say they're comfortable with. And on our roadways, yes, we can have some restrictions or additional rules and regulations in place, but we can't tell the state how to manage and operate their infrastructure. And that's why I think it's important that you have representatives from FDOT that can provide additional clarification to that as how they look at the process, but ultimately they're the entity that's going to say the roadway has the capacity or it doesn't have the capacity to allow for X, Y, or Z to occur.
Jonathan, you just made a comment that, they're going to go off the statistics of what was given to them. But the traffic study that was done by each of the two developers on 150th, was done independently. It wasn't like, okay, for this project, here's the number of cars. For this project, here's the number of cars. But it didn't say, what's the total for both projects? That we have to look at that, as a city, I think. And then we have probably 10 other projects going on, which is also going to add to the traffic count. And if I remember correctly, the gentleman who did the traffic study said he was basing it on 3.2 trips a day. I think right now that the rules, I guess, regulation, whatever you want to call it, is a much higher number, almost like 7 a day for an individual unit or a home or something like that. Because one out, one back, that's 2 trips right there. So if I go drive to the store and I drive back, I just made 2. If my wife then goes and drives from here to there, that's 4 trips, and that's 1 day. So I think it's based on a much higher number than he used, if I remember correctly.
But if I'm, and this is probably a better question from representatives from FDOT or even the department director, that study, whether it's done independent, is submitted to FDOT, or FDOT is involved in the rationale behind what that study, because ultimately they are not going to accept something that is substandard to what their standard is, because ultimately they have to answer to their superiors. And if there is capacity issues, have to plan for capital improvements in subsequent budgets and how they do their traffic improvement plans, et cetera. So I would assume that, and they can provide some perspective, that they're involved in that process and that they have looked at those studies before they're comfortable with saying, okay, it's okay to proceed.
But do we ask them to look at all the development that's going on in Madeira Beach? Not just that, when they're making their analysis of, Gulf Boulevard and Tom Stewart. This is what I'm having a hard time understanding is, and my constituents in the emails and the phone calls I'm getting are saying, whoa, what's going on with all this building and what's going to happen with the traffic? And then we just, have a list of things that's being built that isn't even built yet. And then more hotels want to come in at John's Pass. Even if it's John Pass, it's still going to use Tom Stewart.
To get there.
And we need to be thinking about that. As a city, we need to be thinking about that. We need to be thinking about the residents and how they get in and out of their homes and in and out of their businesses. If it gets so bad that people can't get onto the beach because traffic is just tied up constantly.
Clearwater Beach.
Yeah, we end up in the same situation as that. Now, somehow we've got to look at that as a whole. Not just this
Piecemeal.
project and that project, but we need to look at Madeira Beach as a whole.
I agree.
Madam Mayor, I had asked FDOT earlier to be prepared for that question because we have two separate large developments going through permitting separately. And I'd appreciate if Mr. Skrulinas would come back up and address how that's done.
This isn't just the two.
I know,
We have
exactly.
Barefoot Beach, we got Madeira Bay, we have the one in Johns Pass.
Correct.
Which John is right. They are all going to traverse Tom Stewart Causeway and Gulf Boulevard to
That's
get there.
Correct. Yes.
Sorry I didn't ask the question earlier. I didn't know which person to ask it to, so.
That's fine. We do, let me kind of go back, when a developer or somebody comes in, we typically will have a pre-application meeting with them. This is before they've really submitted anything, when they come with an idea. We look at the piece of property that's butting the state system and what they're requesting. Generally like to have them have an idea of the plan, with what they want to put in there, square footage, what the use is and everything like that. So basically they come in with that plan. They say they're going to put in, well, we're not sure what we got, how many square foot of residential or retail or whatever it is. When they figure out what they want to put in there, go through the ITE trip generation manual. So that's all your land use codes and everything like that says how many trips per day, how many trips will be assigned, in the AM, how many trips will be assigned in the PM. So you have the AM and the PM are the critical ones, or the total trips per day. Then when we take out their square footage or whatever it is and assign how many trips for the new development. Now you take those trips and you have the background traffic. That's where the tube counters come in, with where you're looking at the roads of what the existing traffic is. Now, we can look at what's going on, at that time when those counts were done. Now, we do, if we know of other developments, big things in the area, we can take their traffic study and have them add in there. That's why we review their traffic studies, because we might know of there's another development up the street that we saw a pre-application for. So we will take and provide them that traffic study and allow them to put that in it, depending on who's coming in first, which one uses it as their background traffic. We do this for the reason of, if you're putting too much traffic on, or you got a situation where these folks are going to be making U-turns, or making a U-turn at a median opening, or making a U-turn at a traffic signal, to make sure that the signal or the U-turn can handle it, because we don't want, if you got a U-turn bay that's 250 feet long, and all of a sudden you're going to be throwing 100 trips in the peak hour there, that turn lane's not going to handle those cars, and they're going to back out in the through lane, and that's, frankly, that can create crashes, because you're sticking out in the through lane. So we do try to keep a thumb on it. You're right, though, if two developments come in at the exact same time or something like that, we may not get those trips, but there is some conservativeness in the studies and trying to keep, your finger on the pulse. Stuff that's happening off the state system that we're not aware of, like let's say you've got a big development that's 3 blocks away, we might not pick that up into the traffic. So, but the next thing that comes in, that will be included in the background traffic. So there is a little bit of lag sometimes, and things that are not right on the system, we might not always catch. So if that helped.
It's a little bit, like I know we got at least 3 projects actually being built right now. And then, I don't know if you take into account the bridge going up and down.
In
The
school.
traffic it is right now, when that bridge goes up, it backs all the way to Gulf Boulevard and around the corner. And it takes maybe 20 minutes or 30 minutes for it to clear out. If we add all this additional traffic onto there, and that bridge goes up, and I know it only stays up maybe 10 minutes sometimes. During the summertime, when you have a lot of sailboats out, it stays up longer, and I've been on it longer than that. How do you figure all that in? And if it gets too congested, then what do you do?
And honestly, something like that is where the coordination between, the local governments and the DOT to kind of try to take that into consideration a little bit. However, on something like that, a bridge opening, special events, you can't design a road necessarily for something that doesn't happen, as a daily kind of thing.
But the bridge going up and down is a daily thing.
Well, it is, but it's not every cycle and stuff like that. But I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. The bridge is maybe a little bit different of an anomaly that you do know what the road is like. We get the telephone calls as well, and as far as that, and know the kind of things to look out for. We can look at that when we review all the crash history of a corridor or things that are happening. If we're going to close something, we have to have justification to do it, which is usually, when you're closing some kind of access, is usually a crash involved.
Do we also take into effect, okay, right across the bridge is the school, which is not,
Deer Elementary?
is not serviced by any school buses. So that means if they've got 500 students, I think it's above that, that's 500 parents bringing their kids to school in the morning. And at 2:30 in the afternoon, it's 500 parents coming to pick up their students. Those type of things, if it was school buses and most of their kids were coming on buses, different story. But right now, what I see a lot of is, because they can't turn into the school, they'll come across the bridge, they make a U-turn so they can get back into the school from this side.
Right, and stuff like that, when you're talking about when you do the background counts, that will be picked up in those counts, because you're going to have those vehicles that come over the bridge and make the U-turn. So if you've got 10 people doing that, Monday through Friday, those will be included in there. So I mean, we do look at other things, and we don't look at just the site itself. We do look at the surrounding roadway network to make sure turn lanes are long enough and signal timings can accommodate, the new project traffic.
I know up at the school, the turn lane going into it coming westbound on Bay Pines Boulevard or Times Stewart, whatever you want to call it at that point. The turn lane light is much longer in the morning and in the afternoon when the parents come to pick it up. So justly, the people trying to get across the bridge and get out and go eastbound, they're backed up. So in the morning, that traffic is backed up every morning and every afternoon because of an additional, when they extended that turn lane, they also extended the time for the red light for the turn hour to be much longer. And I see it backed up, and that's just with the traffic we have now, not adding all the new developments going on and proposed and planned development.
Sure, and as far as we go, when we're talking about a development coming in, we're looking at the spacing and all that kind of stuff. I mean, but ultimately, I mean, this goes back then to zoning. I mean, and the densities that are being allowed and those kinds of things, the amount of traffic onto the roads. So that's where the partnership between the DOT, we have our roadway network, and then what is ultimately approved by the cities and counties and other governments. Or
if this developer comes in and you determine that the traffic count's going to be too high, what do you do? Or what can you do?
Depending on what they say, I mean, we could basically, if we can't, let's say they.
The road goes from C to an F,
Well, we don't have the
a grading system?
the grading. Well, we do have the grading system as far as level of service and everything like that. But if they cannot, like, let's say we had a turn lane and there's a traffic signal that they're going to be utilizing, and they've got that 107 U-turns, and we just don't have the capacity for them. I mean, we put it back on the developer, say, here's a problem. You have got to show us something that will alleviate this problem, and not just saying, no, we'll just move these trips over to here. I mean, that doesn't work. I mean, we have the methodology. We have the other experts that have been in the transportation and traffic, analyses business. I mean, we all had to, learn how to do that on the other side before now we're reviewing their plans as well. So we do look at that stuff, and if they can't show how they can rectify, what they're putting their traffic on, we say we won't approve this connection.
There's also what we call reality on a traffic study. I mean, they closed Madeira Way off for one weekend, and it took people 30 minutes to get from Publix to their home behind Johns Pass. That's insane, but it was only one weekend. But we saw it, and we saw what effect it had on the residents. And you all can't see that in putting a stripe in the road or sitting there counting them with a clicker. Y'all don't see what we see on a daily basis.
We'll take and we'll have them, when counting the traffic of what is currently, making the left-hand turn, or if they're cutting through Madeira Way, We want all that background traffic, and then we have them model it, not only just with a traffic study, we sometimes have them put it in a simulation and show how that traffic, will flow, and if the traffic signals in the left turn lanes are long enough to accommodate them, and when they can prove that to us, then that's typically when we would say, okay, this is okay for the state system.
I've done my own traffic study. It's not scientific. And it doesn't hold any water, but I live on 150th. In fact, I see at least 3 people in this room who live on 150th and a couple of businesses who are represented. And sometimes that traffic is, nobody's here, and then next thing you know, it's a 20, 30-minute wait. And for me, you mentioned the 107 U-turns. I take 170 U-turns almost, not every day, but every week. Because where I live, I have to take if I want to go west on 150th, I have to make a U-turn. If I go east, when I come home, I have to make a U-turn. And I'm going back and forth, and my head is spinning because I'm making U-turns. So can you fix that?
That's the safer way. That's one of Federal Highway's new 6 proven countermeasures. The U-turn is actually, a right turn U-turn is actually safer than a left turn, so you're doing it right, Mayor.
That doesn't help.
It's nice to know.
But seriously, I mean, living on 150th, you see the traffic, you're there. It's crazy sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's all around us. I mean, we live in paradise. I mean, and
Well, that's true, until we get in the middle of a traffic jam.
Till the weekend when everybody else wants to come to Paradise.
Can I ask a question? I'm a little bit lost in this, okay, because I haven't been involved with it as long as the other folks have. But earlier in your conversation, earlier in your comments, you were saying when a developer comes to you, okay, so has this traffic study that y'all were talking about, okay, done in February?
Yes.
Was it done? We have not gotten a study yet, right, on all of these different?
It's not totally to that point. Basically, when they came to us for the pre-application meeting, I mean, I guess it's actually before I was involved in this. It was looked at being developed years and years ago, and then this came around again. And we looked at it, and we were basically looking at driveway spacings, and number, what's existing out there today and what it's going to get reduced to, and then the plans for removing the left turn off Madeira Way to Tom Stewart, and that would be a pedestrian signal only. So they came proposing kind of these ideas. And then in that pre-application meeting, that was when we told them that are required to do a traffic study. So you have to include all the background traffic, all of what you're planning on putting there. And now also, if they come in and say, we're proposing, X number of square feet of retail, X number of square feet of residential, that's their traffic study. We have them do that. If they change that, they got to redo the traffic study for all those numbers. So what they either need to show, either worst case scenario, and then not build as much, or have a real, of what's going in there. Because if they come back with something more than was the original study, they got to redo the study, and it has to go back through the process again.
Was that done then?
They were last that I personally have not seen the traffic study yet. But from what I believe that the traffic study was in our operations center.
Okay, because
I've
I was
seen
just
it.
curious,
It's
because the
out.
comments that you had made were almost like, well, in the future, when a traffic study is made, okay, instead of saying, oh, it's been done and here's where it is now, so.
The traffic study's out, I've seen it, I've got a copy of it.
Yes, yeah, if I could clarify, they had done an original one years ago with their PD application. And for the town center project, they had submitted a more recent one based on changes that were negotiated in the settlement and on the exact distribution of uses for their site plan. So they have submitted a site plan, and they went back and did submit an updated traffic study, which DOT does have in-house and is in the process of reviewing. We do have that in-house. Then what may be part of the confusion here is that in the meantime, the Holiday Isles project was also in for a PD, and that had an initial traffic study associated with that some years ago. And that is also coming in and has been submitted, I believe, to FDOT, although I have not seen that I just understand that it had been, but I know that based on a new site plan, they were also negotiating with DOT. So one question I had based on the concerns here is that if the town center has been through an analysis and their traffic count is set and they're in the site plan and development phase, when Holiday Isles comes in and submits to you a traffic study, will that include all of the trips that were approved for the town center? Does that become their new background traffic?
Yeah, once a developer or a development is past the pre-application stage and they get into the permit, when they've applied for the permit stage, then the next person that comes in basically has to include, we ask for them to include that traffic as if it's background traffic. So we would take, if you got a big development that's planned, as soon as they get to that stage, now they're considered to be part of the background then all of a sudden. So that is forwarded onto that next person
Why haven't Barefoot
that
Beach
comes in.
been involved in this? Barefoot Beach Resort or Madeira Bay that have already started. Why aren't they in the study? They still have to come through down the same street, the same intersection to get from point A to point B.
I didn't hear the first part of the question.
Barefoot Beach is being built right now. Madeira Bay is starting construction right now. And then the hotel that's going in Johns Pass. Oh, I don't know where they are in the whole process, but all these guys need to be taken into consideration. They are going to traverse 150th and Gulf Boulevard. And they need to be taken into this picture of Madeira Beach Town Center and Holiday Isles. So it's all these big things happening in the city, and it seems like it's just getting piecemealed to us as to what you all want to do or what needs to be done.
Madam Mayor, if I may, so correct me if I'm wrong. So effectively what happens is, and if we use the town center as an example, their trips that they're going to generate with their development becomes the baseline, and subsequent developments have to utilize that data as effectively communicating in their traffic study to communicate what the impact would be to the state roadways. In the event that one of those developments hits that mark where FDOT says, okay, enough is enough, at that point, then you all say to the developer, we understand that you want to do X, Y, and Z. However, we have some concerns and you need to correct these concerns, or we're not going to allow for this impact to go forward on the state roadway network.
Well, then when they've started with Barefoot Beach, it's the farthest one along. Next you have Madeira Bay, they're doing their pilings and all that. And, start with Barefoot Beach being the base, and then add on Madeira Bay. And whatever other impacts it's going to have on the city. And then put Madeira Beach Town Center under that if that one's next. But it seems like if they've already started, why not start with them?
They have to look at the project that they've already, whatever project FDOT has approved and said to go forward, that would effectively be the ones that they add on, as opposed to, we can't shuffle the deck per se to say, see this one before this one and this one before that one. It's, all of them is compounding. So whatever FDOT has put in the system, that those will be ones that are added on to generate what the total traffic impact would be on the state roadways, if I'm correct.
Did Barefoot do a traffic study?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so if we already have that, why wouldn't that be the base?
That effectively probably is the...
I think that what you may want to address is the length of segment, or how far out you measure trips, and address the issue of being on an island where everybody has to come in on the one or two directions.
Yeah, and you do have to look at the proximity of the traffic, to where the project is and how long, how much it's going to go on the road. And like you said, being on an island, you're kind of coming over the same point. But in effect, we do take into consideration, you have the background traffic, which is the traffic that is there today, every day, and then stuff that we know that we have approved or that's coming there. We look at each of those cumulatively, adding them onto each other for, like we said, when we would trip need for lengthening turn lanes, or maybe adding another turn lane and a traffic signal, maybe adding a traffic signal, maybe, all of these types of things. And these can be tacked on, to developers to do in order to keep the roadway system functioning, at an acceptable level.
So the point is, all of those things that were in the process have already been approved. Their traffic count is included in the most recent counts that they've done, the analysis that they've done for upcoming development.
And it's included through a variety of ways. And there's other things that are not necessarily in the background, background traffic that we do with adjustment factors and growth factors and other types of things like that. I'm getting more into the planning stages. But when we're looking at, and this is going to kind of go into the, when you get over into the zoning and what's approved and what everybody needs to be looking at as far as from how developments are approved and the densities and that kind of stuff as to, the growth of all these when they start, adding together. Cumulative adding together.
And then also, both entities, both FDOT and the city do concurrency to make sure that they look at our land use, we look at the land use to see effectively if it is consistent with the existing zoning rules and regulations to allow for that, and state and FDOT looks at it from the infrastructure and the impact to the state roadways, et cetera. So there's multiple entities that are looking at it, and if FDOT ever finds a situation whereby the analysis is flawed, I'm assuming that they would call that out and make sure that that is remedied, or work with whomever to make sure it's, meets their standards, because ultimately they're going to have to be able to, if ever questioned, be able to defend it, whether it's to their superiors or in a court of law.
I guess, I just don't want this to be, after the fact type of situation with somebody coming, look what we have, look at the mess we have. I don't want to get to that point that it's an after the fact, yeah, we shouldn't have allowed this, or we should have, I just think it needs to be studied further, and go from there. And you also brought up about the red light of Madeira Way, sir. So all those people that's turning left off Madeira Way now have got to use Gulf Boulevard. So when I look at Madeira Way at between 4 and 6 at night, it's backed up from one end to the other of people trying to get off of the island. So now all of a sudden we're going to take those 2 lanes and we're going to push all that traffic onto Gulf Boulevard. And what have you got, about 175 feet between Gulf Boulevard, Madeira Way, and 153rd Street light? Where are we going to put these cars? I mean, that's an accident waiting to happen, backing something like that up. And on top of that, when you talk about taking that light out, how about then you have a constant stream of traffic coming up 150th. So that leaves the people at the condos or any of these other places no chance to get out, because you never have a break. At least right now with the light being there, that allows some of the condos and even the next project, the Holton project down there, people to get out. What are we going to do? We're going to move the red light 50 feet down the street? I don't understand, how you can look at that and say, oh, this is a good thing to get rid of that red light or whatever. And I don't know if you did or did not. I'm just assuming, which is a bad word, but, that's the way I'm kind of looking at it.
I mean, we look at that traffic signal, and honestly, for traffic signal spacing, the signal's actually too close. They're actually too close together right now. I believe it's a little longer than, you said 175 feet. I don't have the actual measurement.
I think that's, on Gulf Boulevard.
Right now.
Yeah.
But that was one thing. We look at how much that left turn lane is utilized today, which most people do the cut through. You're right. So there's a lot of actually, free space there. And that was, we have them count the number of vehicles that would be shifted when that light, because we have them do counts at the intersection, how many people are making that left, and make sure that turn lane is long enough. And then, of course, once that change happens, the signal timing at that intersection would have to be adjusted as well. Somebody made mention of when it was coned off for a day and what it did. My guess is that, and again, it would just be a guess, and it might be a dangerous thing as well instead of assuming, that the signal timings were not adjusted for that day, and that could have caused, some problems. So there is some give and take, and things do need to be adjusted, they do need to be addressed when any change is made.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Are there any more questions or comments from the commission on that item? We will get those traffic counts, and I can also provide you with a copy of the traffic study associated with Town Center, the most recent one that was turned in. The reason that has not come before you is, remember that you have a development agreement under the old code, and that at this point, that is by city code only reviewed by staff for site plan. So the new site plan and the new traffic study associated with it are a quasi-judicial site plan only review under the old code. We just changed that, so it won't happen again in the future, but under this code, that's the process we're in. And we're still breaking that down and analyzing it.
Linda, what do we need to do, meaning we, the city, need to do a traffic study of what we have based on FDOT count, what is being built right now, what is proposed, and what is planned? What do we need to do a traffic study that we can take to the residents and say, here, residents, here's what's going to happen when A, B, C, and D happens. This is what you're going to be looking at.
The city can contract for its own traffic study. It's effectively going to be a study of all of the cumulative studies. It would almost be like what Holiday Isles is going to have to do now that Town Center has already been through the process, because all those other developments have already been approved and already received traffic count estimates. And so when Holiday Isles comes in with their updated traffic study, that's what they're going to have to do. But the city can contract for another study. You can specify the parameters if you want to look at things beyond just the state roadways. Specify what things you want counted, look at local road function and things like that, but that would require an engineering study.
Y'all always talk about Madeira Beach Town Center and Holiday Isles. And I keep trying to bring up Barefoot Beach and Madeira Bay. They are going to affect this whole area.
That's what I just said, that would include everything that's already been approved or is planned for improvement. And I meant all the way along Gulf and everything that we have in-house.
Okay. That's what we need. That's what we need to see.
Could you get us what it would cost to do that?
Yes, we can look into that and we can bring that back.
Thank you.
One of the things I would recommend also the board considering is that if, in the event there is the desire from the board to effectively conduct a traffic study, and you have a project such as Holiday Isles that's effectively going through the process to look at that, you may be better off to allow for them to complete the study and have an independent traffic engineer review the study and add some additional components into that, because a lot of the numbers, calculations, the data is already going to be there, and you may save some time and some money in the process. So that's another option, because they're going to have to do that either way, and then FDOT is going to end up reviewing that as well. So that's both, two options to consider, and we can get what the projected cost for that would be and then bring that back to the board for consideration.
Jonathan, the town center study, traffic study, and the whole project traffic study, I don't think either one of them are accurate. I think they're way under guessing, and I don't think they took in taking in the other ones that that were already planned or on the books when they did theirs. So
We-
I'm not saying they wouldn't be honest, but I'd be leery of them.
Well, you know, I think the other component is that we have a state agency that has to review it and have to, in essence, sign off on it to be the, you know, accurate information and be able to articulate and communicate effectively what is occurring. So,
Yes, and they approved not only the findings in the end based on what was brought to them, but FDOT negotiates ahead of time what the methodology is acceptable to them. So they review exactly what the uses are, what counts are acceptable, and so even before this study is conducted, they're involved.
right. And so I would definitely, you know, just communicate to the board that, you know, either way the board chooses to go, I think that, you know, having the confidence in FDOT to help provide the information necessary to discuss the impacts on the roadways in our community that are state roadways, they are going to be involved in the study one way or another. And I'm just thinking that, you know, a basic traffic study can be anywhere from, you know, $20,000 to $30,000 to effectively get some information that's going to be realistically provided to us in real time, where they can go through the information and traffic engineering costs a fraction of the monies. But we can bring back some options for the board to consider, and then it's a policy decision as to whether if the board chooses to appropriate additional monies to do our own independent traffic study.
I saw the traffic study, and here again, it's probably 100% correct with 2 or 3 cars turning right onto Madeira Way off 150th at 7 o'clock in the morning. The timing's flawed on it. It's not a true picture of what that intersection looks like at 10, 11, 12 o'clock in the daytime. Because that right turn lane is backed up. It alleviates all the traffic of the middle lane that's going forward so they can go right or left, which 90% go left. It really alleviates a lot of that, and a lot of people don't know it, but I always drive up in that lane because I can get closer to the light at that point.
Well, if it is the board's concern specific to any traffic analysis that's already been completed, I think that it would be advantageous for us to consider having a conversation with our folks from FDOT, provided the information that's been provided to them today, to look at those points and then provide, and if they're able to provide us some remarks or comments specific to that, and then if the board feels that the information was not satisfactory, or there needs to, or they determine FDOT that additional information needs to be provided, at that point at least we can say, okay, well, FDOT has looked at it based on the comments they've heard from the board this afternoon, and then that point we can make a decision as to what the next step is. But I think they have heard, at least I've heard, what the concerns the board has with respect to some of the analysis on the roadways. And I think we owe it to FDOT to consider bringing back or providing some additional information to us to maybe address some of the concerns that the board has, and then from that point make a policy decision whether you want to expend additional monies for independent analysis. Just a thought.
Could I ask FDOT a quick question? How many levels of analysis are there for, you know, like, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Like, if I was going to build something, I would have like 5 to choose from. And who makes that decision, what level of analysis a developer chooses? I hate to make you get up again, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay. Now, the developer doesn't have the choice. I mean, they don't get to pick a la carte or anything like that. I mean, we have a set methodology, what we want to see, what we, you know, based on, like I said, ITE, International Transportation Engineers, the trip generation manual. So that's where they get their number of trips based on their square footage. And then we have a set, you know, methodology. We want to see, you know, where your trips are coming in, the background traffic, where it's coming and going to, where your trips are going to come and go to in the AM and the PM, depending on what it is. If it happens to be like, let's say, a Dunkin' Donuts, we're more interested in the AM because that's generally when they do more of their stuff. So we really focus on that. We know the types of businesses and the types of things and, you know, where they're heaviest as far as, their concentration. So we have them just follow the typical methodology, and there's a standard, standard practice in the industry standards. So most traffic engineers, if you contact some traffic engineer, they're going to have a general idea of what is going to be required of them. So they should be able to give you a good, background as far as, maybe how to do it and stuff like that, and just what your needs are. Now, of course, it depends on how far you guys all, would want to go and what the,
I guess I was kind of asking that question more along the line that if she was a developer and she wanted to build something, and she's got to have a traffic analysis done, she's going to go to to an engineer and say, here's what I'm looking for, here's what I want. And that engineer is going to kind of work. She works for that person. The engineer works for that person. It's going to maybe skew it a little bit. It's my guess, and I'm guessing on this.
I get your concern, but we also have licenses, and I'm not going to jeopardize my license doing something that is, unethical. There is, a code of ethics, and just like everybody else should, be adhering to. But you're not going to put, because we report to a board. I mean, we do, and we can be challenged if you're doing something and something is found to be. I mean, you can, from a fine to losing your license and not having it available ever again. That's not something I'm willing to do, so you won't have me as a traffic engineer. But
Can a light get grandfathered in? Because obviously the light at Madera Way doesn't fit into the scope right now, but it did probably 40, 50 years ago when it was put in.
there are traffic signals around, and we generally, the way traffic signals go in when they're installed, you have to meet typically traffic signal warrants, and that's set forth in what's called the MUTCD, which is a Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And that's a document that's put out by the Federal Highway. And basically, they establish these kind of rules so you have some consistency throughout the entire country. You don't want to do one thing in one state and you go travel there and you're totally clueless on how to, how to approach things. So they do set up some standards, and they set up standards based on, decades of understanding and what happens. I mean, if you put a traffic signal in that is, quote, unwarranted, a lot of times you'll increase the number of crashes. A lot of times people say, it's not safe for me to turn out, when maybe it's more of a thing of, it's not convenient for me to turn out. A lot of times people have that, they think, well, it's too dangerous for me to turn across there. And like your mayor was talking about earlier, she does a lot of right turns and U-turns. And that's actually, like I said, one of the proven, countermeasures. And a lot of the things where you have left turns, instead of putting a traffic signal in, we're doing a right turn and a U-turn. It's called an R-cut. And that is one of the safer movements, but kind of digressed a little bit there.
Yes or no question.
But trying to give some background. I mean, if to having too many, you're actually going to trying to get the vehicles to progress through without backing up into the one before, which is kind of something that happens now. Well, as far as spacing, the amount of space between those traffic signals is where it gets difficult.
Well, it seems to work for us. So the residents have told me.
Oh, I'm just giving you our, what we look through as far as our methodology and stuff, so you guys get to make.
David, I have one that I
Sure
make.
thing.
I travel 150th every day, anywhere in the morning from 6:30 to 10, leaving the city, coming back in the afternoon anywhere from 11 o'clock till 1:30, 2 o'clock, coming back to the city. And yes, I've been in traffic jams. The bridge has been up many times and I've been stuck. But it seems like when the bridge finally comes down, the traffic starts to flow very well and it keeps moving. And I've been doing this now for 6 years, going back and forth during those period of times during the day. I've never witnessed an accident. And people are careful. They understand that the road's busy and they take their time. And there's been no one irate. Everyone just keeps on moving with the traffic flow and things get done and they just keep right on going. And the road does clear up pretty fast once the bridge comes down. I've been stuck on the road on the other side of the walkway in front of the elementary school, waiting for the bridge to come down. But once it comes down and the traffic lights start, it just starts moving. So that's just my comment.
Good, thank you.
I had a quick question. Are you familiar with the Sarasota Manatee Barrier Islands traffic study that FDOT is doing for the MPO in Sarasota and Manatee?
I'm not familiar with that, District 1.
Okay, yeah, I live down there, I know that's going on, but I was unfamiliar with anything similar going here. Is there an ongoing overall Barrier Island with all the cities and the county MPO traffic study?
Not that I'm aware of at this time, right now. The MPO could be working on, something like that, I'm not sure.
Seemed to be real effective for Sarasota and Bradenton and Manatee.
Is it completed? Are they
Yeah,
doing it
I
right
think
now?
I think they're working on it still. I have some information on it I can send around. But they looked at all the traffic lights, alternatives, multimodal, bicycle paths, all kinds of ways of improving. Lights about the bridges that would inform you when the bridge schedules are, when they're going up, so that people driving know when the bridges are going up. Different ideas, turnabouts. It's kind of a comprehensive idea of what could we do better as a barrier island to get traffic flowing both on the island and to the mainland. It goes on for a couple of years, but all the local governments there were involved, including the 2 counties.
Can you send me a link to that,
Yeah.
please?
I'll send it to Jonathan, he can send it around to everybody.
Thank you.
We can, if it's the board's pleasure, we can move into the development project review by Director Ortel and then get back into the operating budget request.
So speaking of all those developments, we were asked to come up with a list of things that we anticipated within the next fiscal year. Of course, new things come up all the time, and I know that there are a number of small things people are contemplating that haven't been formalized yet. But I've provided you with a list of major projects that we do know are either underway now or plan to initiate during the upcoming fiscal year. And since you have them in front of you, I don't know that you planned on me reading them all out for you, but did the commission have any questions?
How many units is Barefoot Beach?
The new units?
Well, or how many total they have there?
I don't recall right now. I think that one of them was,
I called him.
yeah.
I called him.
You called them?
Yeah, the existing, you want me to answer it?
Go ahead, yes,
The
thank you.
existing building of Barefoot Beach is 38 units, or 76 rooms. Because units.
No, okay, bedrooms, you mean,
Yeah,
76
that's right,
bedrooms.
yes, yeah. Yeah, 76, right. And phase 2, the existing, well, phase 1 has 68 rooms, I understand, all rooms or suites. And I was looking for a number of bathrooms. I was looking for like plumbing and stuff, I guess. But the new phase 2, according to their signs, okay, say 44 luxury suites. But the luxury suites, it's really not 44 rooms, it's probably 88 rooms maybe. And I was going to ask that, your advice on that before.
Yeah, the difference between units and rooms, the unit is anything that includes the storage and preparation of food. So you have to have a kitchen, and bedrooms we count for the purposes of parking and traffic generation.
Okay, so when they refer to units, it's, you know that it includes one kitchen.
Yes.
And maybe 2 bathrooms.
Yeah, bathrooms aren't as much the issue as bedrooms because that's a number of people. So you're looking at kitchens and a single apartment or a suite, and it can have anywhere from 1 or no bedrooms. If it's an efficiency, it's still a unit, but it can have no bedrooms all the way up to 4 bedrooms. Big houses are a unit, and they can have as many bedrooms as you can fit in them.
Okay, yeah. I was just nosy about that in asking the other, just to see what kind of demand, the supply and demand on the you know, on the water system, on the flow, on the pipes, on everything, I guess. I was looking
Yes.
at it, you know.
And every time someone comes in with a unit, we have to look at all of that and estimate the impacts on local facilities and utilities. Yes.
Okay, that's what it was, yeah. Impact, right, okay.
Director Portel, if you don't mind, just for those that are watching at home and those that are in the audience, if you can maybe hit on a couple of these larger scale projects for the audience.
Okay, sure. Probably the project that I know of anticipated having the greatest impact over the course of the next year in terms of its beginning would be the town center. We have the site plan in for review right now. The staff is still looking at the revised site plan after providing comments on the initial review. The Town Center Hotel A building, we've seen the building plans, the initial building plans, and that is hoped by the developer to get started as soon thereafter, getting the site plan approved, that we can also do the building plans. Also, the Town Center Condo A, we would anticipate coming in over the course of the next year, and possibly the marina, the small marina building as well. The Madeira Bay condos are already under construction, the additional 44 units. The Barefoot Beach second edition is 80% complete at this point and will be finishing up in the next fiscal year. Then we have the 13 units at the Madeira Del Mar that have been approved for development. The Madeira Shores re-subdivision, which was the area where the little cottages were all demolished, that's been re-subdivided into 6 residential units. And 2 of those have already been permitted. The others are hoped to be permitted within the next year. We also have the Gulf Grill in for review. There's quite a bit of work that needs to be done on that site plan and many issues to address, but they're hoped to get started as soon as they can. I imagine that would be progressing during the next fiscal year. I listed here the Johns Pass Resort Hotel, which is actually just a concept at this point, just because if it did come in, as you've mentioned, it would have big impacts. And that's nothing that's been approved yet, and it would require the city's cooperation, and so it's definitely not going to sneak up on us. The Holiday Isle development and its planned development is a big potential development generator, but as we've been discussing, that would depend upon how much traffic capacity remains after the town center is approved with its site plan. And also, I have no idea what order they'd be bringing things in. The Azul condominiums, which is a smaller building, but I thought I'd mention because it's something that's been hovering out there a long time, is in for review right now. Then, of course, we'll have a large number of single-family renovations and new construction throughout the year. And typically, we have been permitting about 100 plans of one kind or another a month, some large, some small. So we don't see any slowdown in that.
And Madam Mayor, members of the board, this item was for informational purposes only. It's our intent to bring a development review to the board pretty much every quarter to keep you in the loop with respect to the development projects and things that are occurring in our community, so you can be able to inform your constituents and those that may ask questions on the progress that's occurring in the community. So we'll do this every quarter, and as additional information becomes available, we'll be sure to share that with the board.
Do we want to go back to the capital improvement plan or continue on?
If we can continue on with the operating budget requests, because I think we have a couple more on the public works side, and then
Oh, right.
some of the other departments, which should be pretty easy for us to go through.
Good afternoon again, Mayor, Commissioners. I believe we left off with moving into sanitation fund, the true rock stars of the city. The purse, you guys have yours in front of you. We don't have it up yet, so I'm going to go ahead and start with personnel, which is, once again, a number that we work together with finance to do. And it has gone up a little bit. I'm going to go right into operating with contractual services. We try to keep that number down as much as we can, but unfortunately, when we have instances like Irma, other stuff like that, we end up picking up a lot of temp help, and unfortunately, sanitation guys are tough to keep. So we often have vacancies. The waste disposal is a number, once again, that we feel pretty good about. Curbside recycling is, if you watched the national news last night, it was China has completely stopped buying our recyclable materials. So with that being said, the recycling is going to change. And so that number at 102, we're not sure of at all at this point.
Madam Mayor and members of the board, we're in discussions right now with our current recycling provider, and we'll be bringing an item before the board for consideration. But as the Public Works Director communicated, the market for recyclables is in desperate condition as it relates to how do we dispose of recyclables, and if the recyclable is still a commodity on the free market. And so there are some preliminary cost increase that are pretty sizable in nature. And so we want to have a little bit more time to see if we can whittle down the proposal for the board to consider. But certainly it's going to be a discussion that we need direction from the board on. But basically, the commodities market for recyclable, based on the actions in China, has significantly impacted the renewal rates and the rates for recyclable, and it's realistically changing daily. So we have it planned to bring it to you here at the next workshop for direction, but rest assured that it is a pretty sizable increase for curbside as well as the condos, et cetera. So we're probably going to have to look at both short-term and long-term solutions on that item.
So
And that moves into,
So what does this mean? You know, if they're not selling it, what are they doing with it? Are they just throwing it in the garbage pile?
it's not
also?
being buried, no, sir. It's not going into a landfill. Most of the stuff is being burned. The recyclable material now has to be just about perfect for them to accept it.
And if it's not, then it goes into the landfill.
It doesn't go to the landfill. It goes and it's
Incinerator.
burnt. So
Goes to what? I'm sorry. I
it's
didn't hear.
burned.
Okay.
So it's not being buried. It's not going to the landfill, so to speak. The recycling companies have had to change how they completely do business. That's a pass-through amount for us at this point. So, but recycling is going up everywhere. It's not happening just Madeira Beach.
I understand that. I was just wondering, you know, if it was going to the landfill, you know, if it was just a different way to get to the landfill, you know, then
No.
why are we using the recyclable at all? You know, or, you know, what other alternatives do we have or something like that? That's what I was kind of inquiring
Okay.
about.
And that's something that we want to bring back to the board to consider, because we've talked about even a drop-off recycling opportunities over at the marina site. We've talked about how we look at our curbside recycling. But there is some modifications that have to occur because the cost has just gone up exponentially. And there's really no flexibility and wiggle room. And if we go out for a competitive process, we anticipate that the market changes so much that, you know, as soon as we get a quote, we can effectively see it move. But we want to be able to have that discussion with the board with some additional facts and figures from other cities, so we can give you a real apples to apples comparison and then determine what's the long-term solution. Because we know there's a value to our community to recycle. It's just the cost associated is almost getting to the point where it's as much as solid waste services.
And that's why we're, as a staff internally, have been looking for different, better, how we're gonna do it, how we're gonna. The curbside, okay, so recycling material, that's the recyclables that are over at, it used to be at City Hall. It's over at the marina now. We are looking to make it more accessible to the public. I don't feel like it's bright and shiny enough for people to use it, so we're looking at alternative sites for that now and for easier access. The cellular telephones, the postage is all kind of standard stuff. The rental and leases is the rental of the Public Works facility that's over in Bay Pines. Insurance is stuff that we rely on the finance department for. $25,000 for auto maintenance and sanitation, and on maintenance on our other equipment. $20,000 for tires in our sanitation department. $2,700 with our work uniforms, the departmental supplies, which is higher than probably any other department you'll see because of dumpsters, trash bags, barrels, all that kind of stuff is more expensive than you would imagine. We've been very fortunate the last few years to have a welder in-house. We no longer have him anymore. So we're getting along right now, but it's something that we're going to have to replace. Somebody we're going to have to replace. Capital improvements that we would like to do is the building over here on this on the beaches side. It's too difficult for us to. It's difficult for us to go all the way to Bay Pines now. When we made that initial move over there in 2010, it was Walmart wasn't built yet. The apartments weren't built yet. We didn't have the traffic on Bay Pines that we have now. So realistically, building a small building over at the marina site, metal building, is really needed for the storage of our emergency equipment and for our mechanic who keeps the wheels turning on everything we have here. And then also under capital equipment, you will see a Packer truck and some other vehicles that are listed there under the vehicle replacement. And that goes into, that will be covered. Did we already talk about that? Vehicle replacement?
In capital outlay section.
Okay. So that's a total of 1.59 for the marina, and for the sanitation fund, and we have 7.5 positions funded out of that fund for 19. Down from 8 and 18. Is there any questions about our sanitation folks or operation? Yes, ma'am?
I have a question. And we were talking about this, I think, at the last workshop when we were briefly talking about the budgets and stuff. Have we done in the last couple of years any kind of a study to show how our sanitation workers are compensated in different levels with a comparison of other cities? And the reason I ask you that is because I know that either you mentioned or the city manager mentioned the transition of our sanitation workers who really are pop stars. And there's so many, they really, really are. They're the basis of our cleanup in our city. And if something needs to be done to, or if we need to do some kind of a study to determine what their compensation is and why they're leaving us all the time for better cities, then we need to
Right.
do that. And I'm just wondering if y'all have done that.
No, ma'am. To
Okay.
answer your question, no, ma'am.
Okay.
We haven't done that, but there's just, a basic eyeball test when we look at the starting wages and then also the incremental wages that we have for our employees in the sanitation department and other departments. We're under market where we need to be. And so that's one of the things at the July 24th workshop with the board, that we're going to provide some information and see if there is the support from the board to go out and look for to move forward with a comprehensive salary and wage study, because based on some market conditions in certain positions, we're underpaid for some of our line level employees. We're underpaying for our line level employees and some others in the organization. But we want to look and provide you the entire compensation package so you can see that, so you can make an informed decision. But that's coming before this board for consideration.
Okay, yeah, and along with that, we really do need it, because just based on the previous conversations with the building and the construction boom and everything, I know that's not going to happen maybe next year, okay, but in 2 years, and we need to be ready for it. I mean, we need to
Yes.
have,
And that's something
becomes
that we review also. Director Portal mentioned that we all have those plans and we're reviewing them. That's something else that we look at as staff is, where's the sanitation? Where are you gonna put the trash can? How am I gonna get my boys in there? Those are all things that we look at as staff, so.
okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking of the future, okay.
Any other questions about sanitation?
Dave, last year, maybe you said that, you were looking into doing the recycling within the house.
Right.
So that's completely off the table now? with the
Nothing is completely off the table as far as recycling. No, it's really been in-house conversations with Mr. Evans so far, but it's very, yes, I mean, we're gonna look at every possible way that we can do this the best way, most effectively, efficiently, and, provide a good service to the residents for a reasonable price.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, stormwater fund. I'm gonna go ahead and start with the operating, which is our professional services. There's $8,000 we pay to CPWG to help us with our management and our annual reporting. Once again, we were audited by FDEP and then by EPA last year, and with a glowing report. The other $2,500 you see in there is the county. We pay the county for water monitoring. It's part of the MPDES and all the barrier islands. We each pay a certain amount to the county. Is that amount fair for us? I believe so. That's just my opinion, though, perhaps not shared by all. The administrative cost, the street sweeping contract has been eliminated. I believe that was right around 12 or 13,000 a year. We'll be doing that in-house now with no additional staff members. Once again, no additional staff, and we'll be completing another task. The travel and training for our stormwater is at $2,000. Postage is something we pay to the county. The water surface for the pump station, the electric for it. Also out of the stormwater budget comes $17,100 for the rental of the facility over in Bay Pines. General insurance, stormwater vehicle, preventive maintenance, stuff that our mechanic does for us. The pump station generator, our mechanic also takes care of that. Curb and gutter repair, $5,000 is never enough. maintenance on our storm drains, the cleaning and the service of the storm drains and the CDS units. We brought that down, and I believe you're going to see that number go down hopefully a little bit further as we now have equipment where we can control our own destiny and take care of maintaining our stuff, than rather, you know, we've got to do a contract or a RFP to get, you know, $300,000 worth of stormwater cleaning done on one contract, when we should be doing it annually, a certain amount of pipes, so you don't run into those things. So we're better managing the stormwater fund, I think, now, and our maintenance of the stormwater fund since taking it over. License and permits for the national pollutant, that's our NPDES permit. Uniforms, and then departmental supplies, you're gonna run into just the normal stuff. Gasoline for the stormwater vehicles and shovels, and then our dues and, tools. And then also our dues and subscriptions for the Florida Stormwater Association. It's very important for us to be a part of that. It's where we get all our numbers from every year for all of the different municipalities in the state of Florida. What they're charging for their EDUs, that's their stormwater fees. We doubled our stormwater fee 3 years ago to $10 a unit instead of $5. That takes a study to do that. So your total operating out of your stormwater is $89,400. We have several capital improvement projects that are listed in stormwater rehabilitation and replacement program. That's $200,000 that's in there every year, that's in that account. We have not spent any of that money so far this year. We have an RFP ready to be released that's going to cover the pipes and paving at Parsley. I'm not gonna be able to remember it all off the top of my head, but there's about 4 pipes that are in there in the RFP. So that will get released and we'll get that back. So we have probably estimated engineer's cost of right around $300,000, and I think we have budgeted this year in that account for a little bit over $400,000. So I think we're gonna be good. There's an additional $250,000 that we talked about for the 137th Avenue stormwater improvement.
We actually made a change to that when we did the capital, which we're gonna go over later. We kind of took it out of that 250 figure and made it 103,000 toward 137th.
Okay.
When we go into the capital, I can explain that, show it to you.
And then the debt service, this is stuff that I'll have to rely on the finance director for.
That's just a regular payment for that particular series.
How about some questions about stormwater? It's my favorite. Actually, Marina's my favorite, but. Stormwater fund and your sanitation fund are both enterprise funds and then are both operating at a plus. With no questions on that, I'd like to move into the Marina Fund. The Marina Fund is also an enterprise fund. The Marina Fund is not running at a loss, hasn't been. Starting off with the personnel, those numbers are pretty much already allocated through the finance department. I'm gonna go jump right to operating. Our computer software support, $3,000 for our point of sale system. Our point of sale system is probably the top of the line point of sale system for the marina industry. We were the first ones to purchase this point of sale system back in 2012. Since we've purchased this system, the city of Gulfport has also installed it. The city of Clearwater has installed it at their marina. We find that this POS system works the best when keeping track of all of our fuel, different things that we sell in the store. The point of sale also gives us all of our stuff at the end of the day, which is audited by our employee or whoever closed. It's audited again in the morning by Megan, and then it's audited by the finance department once again. I understand there's been several questions about how cash is handled and controlled in the city. I think that we probably have one of the best control systems in the county at our marina. The other folks from several other marinas all use the same system now, Scribble software.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
Scribble software. Contractual service.
Dave, so when product comes in, that goes into the POS system?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, everything is accounted for. If it's got rubber tires on the ground, they're paying for it. There are no free services given away at the city marina. Contractual service, cleaning and janitorial services. We're only as good as of how clean our bathroom is in the marina business. It's what's in this beaches, tourism in general. So that's what those contractual numbers are. Pest control, window cleaning service, our administrative services yet to be determined. Travel and training is at $3,000, and that includes the promotional boat shows. And I'm also a certified marina manager, so it takes care of my continuing education. The telephone, cellular phone, postage for our billing, the utility services for the marina, the building, which also includes the fuel dock and the charter boat slips, the electrical for the docks A and B at $14,000, and then waste disposal, which is a number that we get with finance about. The electrical on the docks we've seen come down just a bit with the installation of all the new electric. All of the infrastructure in the water at the city marina has been replaced. Does not require, it all requires tons of maintenance. But everything, the infrastructure at the marina has been replaced. The docks, the electric, and the plumbing we did in-house. The rental of the ice machine is $2,800. We're always trying, that's the biggest problem I have, is ice. It's Florida, the ice melts. It's one of our best sellers. We do have a submerged land lease with the state of Florida. We do not own all of our wet slips. We own a portion of our wet slips, and then the rest is owned by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, including the property the ship store is built on. General insurance, $8,000. That covers the property, auto, and that also covers our liquor license at the marina. It is we have a 2 COP license at the marina, so we can serve beer and wine, along with package sales. The maintenance of the area and the marina itself. There is many aesthetic things that we would like to do to the facility, but here you just see some of the numbers of the general things that we're going to try to get done. Fuel pumps, marina maintenance, fuel pumps, docks, water lines. As I said, the docks, the water lines, all that stuff is brand new, but the fuel dock is floating, and when we get storms, always something breaks. So that is something that we have to deal with. And then the fuel pumps also. You'll probably see us come in the next couple of years asking for new fuel pumps. Print and reproduction, we've gotten that number down to 500 only because we do so much stuff in-house. Same thing with the promotions and the public relations. I think it was right up around 40,000 in the past. It's down to 25,000 now, thanks to the extremely hard work and dedication of my staff to do all the stuff that we used to contract out for. So it's, I can't say enough, the staff at the marina works very hard to try to bring you a really good product. The boat parade is in there for $5,000. That's the city's annual Christmas boat parade. Licenses and permits, that stuff that we're required with the Department of Agriculture. We do sell food. Our bank service charges, I always hope those go up. We're at $26,400 now. Our office supplies, different things that we go through. The uniforms for the staff, and then departmental supplies. The point of sale system does have expenses to it. Some water for the guys, different computer equipment, et cetera. Good. Flipping over to the next page, for gasoline and oil, there's a $1,200 estimate for our vehicle consumption. Tools, $1,000. The ever-moving target of fuel purchases, if I could put an accurate number in here, I wouldn't be here. We have 1.6 million in there this year. It's really hard with the way that the fuel market moves up and down. Everybody sees it with their cars. Store purchases of 177.7, and propane purchases of 7,500. And then we are also members of the Association of Marina Industries, along with all the other municipalities. We have no capital projects planned at the marina. And the next line would be our debt service of 82,000. Pay back to the general fund of $82,300, which we paid last year. What was it last year? 82,300, and then we paid $14,100 interest to the city too. So once again, the Marina Fund is operating at a plus. This is a fund that was nowhere near $2 million. And that's $2.3 million for your Marina Fund is your estimated budget. Any questions about the Marina?
Sounds like it's doing great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. What else? I think I'm done.
Yep. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Any more questions, if you send them to the city manager, and I'll be sure to answer them all.
Thank you.
I guess we're now going to the clerk's office?
Yes, the clerk's
Okay.
office.
Clerk's office.
This is the first year that the commission budget will be separated from the city clerk's budget, but I'll continue monitoring everything through the year. If we have to, I'll increase it and would include that in a budget amendment, but I'm thinking that I'm okay with this. For the salary part, of course, the overtime will go back in there because Andrea does work overtime. And for the ICMA 401A plan, it says city contribution to deputy city clerk. I think it should be deputy clerk and city clerk. Is that what that is? Walt? Is that just an error there?
Yeah, we can fix that.
Okay. And liens stay the same. The travel and training got separated. I increased it for the commission budget. We increased it all by $500 and a little extra for the mayor.
She's expensive.
I need a lot of training.
Yeah, she's got a lot more that they ask her to go to. And I put in the budget for cell phone allowance for each of the commissioners, and then the deputy clerk and the city clerk. We have $1,500 in the city clerk budget for a computer software if we need it. $500 for like name tags, business cards. Of course, right now, we don't have any way of identifying ourselves when we go to other cities of like iCompass training and different events like chamber and all. So we're hoping to get, name badges that's got our picture and also I think HR is working on that. Our promotions and public relations, the training that we do is that affects the clerk's office, like public records training, sunshine law, ethics, and other training, and affects the commission, of course. And I think the city manager does other little type of trainings. Legal advertisements, it's been 28,000 in there, but this year, like if it's an advertisement that's for development, that account will pay for that, and it won't come out of legal advertisement. And I'm watching when the advertisements are, because depending on which paper it goes in, which day, it could be $1,500 versus $200. So if a legal advertisement gets approved and comes into me late, and it's not an emergency nature, then that second reading may have to wait. $1,000 or $1,100 makes a big difference. Of course, $7,000 for election expenses and supplies, $2,000 for office supplies, and the uniforms is, Andre and I are going to get some shirts with the city logo on it. We're going to look like Douther. And dues and subscriptions. I went through all the last couple of years of what was spent in dues and subscriptions for commission and clerk's office, and I think I've got it pretty accurate for both accounts. For the commission budget, of course, we increased it by $500 and a little more for mayor for the travel expense. And of course, the cell phone for each commissioner, whether they get it or not. The print and production, same thing, name tags, business cards, other printing types. The board appreciation dinner, we'll have the first one sometime in November. Andrea's working on that. And we transferred what was in the deputy appreciation event into that one, because we don't do the deputy appreciation event. So I think we have enough for as our board appreciation. The office supplies, $1,000. I'm thinking that's enough. And then uniforms for mayor and commissioners, I put $100 for each, but if you think that should be increased, let me know. Then, of course, the dues and subscriptions. I went through 2 years of invoices there to come up with that. Now, the seniors club, I don't have a contract or anything
We already talked
there.
about that. We're going to be deleting that out. We already
Okay.
talked about that.
And that's it.
You know, also on the travel, you know, in total, that's a travel budget. There can be some give and take in between those accounts. So if the mayor decides that she only needs $2,000, she could take, you know, that $500 and allocate it elsewhere. So there is flexibility there to move those funds around.
Claire, when we have like people from Florida League of Cities and we have training sessions, what does that go under?
It goes under the clerk's budget. The training.
Under training? Okay.
Yes, sir. The 4,800 account in the city clerk budget.
Okay.
We're thinking that 6,000 would be reasonable. It may be a little more, but just in case, you know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Clara?
Yes, ma'am.
Under the other contractual services, 3,400, that's gone up to that 64,000? Were some of those items in another area?
For some reason, they were split in 2 accounts, but it should be other contractual services.
Okay.
So I grouped them all together.
Okay.
Were some of those
And-
in professional? Some of those are in professional.
Yeah,
services.
professional services is like that wouldn't be these type of contracts that I have here. The other contractual services, like my public records and,
Would
The-
iCompass be in there?
yes, iCompass is in there. The live streaming that we're hoping to get here soon, Muniscribe, the annual web hosting, which is $850 a year, and
Okay.
Municode to do
Okay,
our
did-
codification.
Okay, yeah, I can see the breakdown, I saw that too, but, so then are we actually through with paying out to an outside agency for transcribing minutes that were not done in previous years?
We're
Are we
almost
through
done
with that?
Yeah, but just in case, we want to keep that in there, just in case we have to use it sometimes, like when we have right now we have charter review committee meetings at the
Right.
same time, civil service. We have budget meetings, we have a lot of meetings going on, and then, yeah.
Okay,
We tried to-
but for the past, for what we had to
Yeah.
go back and retrieve, okay, that's gone. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
What does it cost, what's the average cost for our speaker, like the last speaker we just had, not counting hotel expenses, just their fee?
The last speaker really didn't cost us anything. We had got a small contract for a non-compliance, for public records. That way we know that we're up to par on everything. And then, that's Mr. Chandler. He's gonna be meeting with the city manager and staff to go over that report with us. And that was just something I had asked him if he would do. But it's all grouped together in the same contract.
The average cost for a Florida League of Cities training, like a Scott Payne or a Lynn Tipton, is roughly about anywhere between $1,000 to $1,500. So we looked at it from the standpoint, if we send 2 elected officials to that, it far would exceed that, because you would have to stay in Orlando and those types of things. So what we're gonna do in subsequent, trainings is partner up with other cities and say, we'll offer the facility if you effectively want to host, ethics training or, fiscal management or any of the League of Cities training that they do offer. So that's one of the things we want to partner up with our other municipalities to offer all the training here. So it will save cities from sending folks to, Orlando.
Like we did at Kansas City.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yep. All right. Well.
And one other clarification too, under the personnel, you might see the salaries and wages for the actual 2017, that was 152,000, and now it drops to 123. We had several clerks last year, and we did have a settlement that hit that account. So just for clarification purposes.
Okay. If we go to if there's no other questions on the city clerks, we can go into the city managers, or city clerks, or city commission. We can go to the city managers. That starts on page 17, but continues on all the way to page 19, well, 20 actually. As you can see, the increase is really predicated on some of the personnel that is now in the city manager's office, with the new public information specialist as well as the HR coordinator reporting directly to the city manager. The salary, wages, and ancillary benefits were incorporated in the city manager's budget. So you've seen some increases attributable to uniforms, cell phone service, those types of things. We did maintain the amount that we have in there for, if we go into print productions and promotional and public relations. We didn't want to make any tweaks to those specific line items, because now having a public information specialist, we have the ability to be more proactive in our messaging and communicating to our residents. So we really wanted to allow for our public information specialist to have the tools to effectively go out and push some of the information that the board has been asking of staff. But as you look at some of the specific line items, they are attributable to just some things that came over with the new personnel, but also when the HR coordinator was put into the manager's budget. Also, one of the things that we're going to do to provide additional clarification and better accounting for some additional expenditures is we're going to pull the attorney's expenditures out of the city manager's office and have it as the office of the city attorney. Since your charter officers are the city clerk, city attorney, and city manager, it's only appropriate to specifically delineate the different charter officers and the costs associated with that, so it's not commingled into any specific department budget, so you can better see how the accounting and the flow of expenditures and revenues, et cetera, go. So we're going to be doing that. So when you do get the budget document, you will see there will be some decreases in the manager's budget, but the cost will be shifted over and communicated in the city attorney's budget page. So that's going to be a change that we're going to be making. But if there's any specific questions, staff stands prepared to answer any questions or comments specific to the city manager's proposed department budget.
How much did we receive in, I guess, whatever it is we did receive from the lobbyist? And is it worth $48,000 for us to spend on this?
The lobbyist is $48,000 at this particular moment. This year, we did not receive any additional appropriations, right, or grant monies. And in previous years, I think the city was successful in receiving some grant monies from the state. But that is a contract that if the board will indulge staff, I'd like to monitor it at least for an additional year period and then provide you, do I believe that there is some value to that relationships. But I can tell you from my past experience, Tallahassee listens to lobbyists, but the reality is they prefer to hear from you. As the local elected body, elected to represent your constituents, there is value to you all making trips to Tallahassee. There is value to you all picking up the phone and calling members of our local legislative delegation. So there is if we decide to move in that direction to where staff absorbs the responsibilities of doing that, it's certainly going to take some commitment both from administration and the board to really be very proactive and aggressive as it relates to trying to obtain appropriations. But Tallahassee wants to definitely hear from you versus a lobbyist, and that's very common throughout most communities. But I certainly would like the opportunity to manage the contract. If not, then certainly we can provide a model that works within the scope and responsibilities and the direction the board wants this item to go.
You know, Jonathan, if the board is going to contact Tallahassee on various things, I think that we, as the board and the city staff, need to be kind of talking about what do we want to attack them for. I mean, what do we want to go after? You know, and I think, you know, because if I call up and say, hey, I want lights on the baseball field, and they call up and say, I want lights at John's Pass, and they call up, and Maggie calls up and says, I want this. So if we're going up there with 5 different things, it's less likely than if we all of us say the same thing. So
Right.
I think that's something we really need to address.
And that's why at the last budget session that we had, I asked you for your kind of legislative priorities, because what I want to do is bring that back by virtue of a resolution to get that adopted. And then from that point, that's kind of the script that we will definitely stick to as we go and advocate and provide direction to the lobbyists, but also communicate to Tallahassee. These are the things that the city of Madeira Beach are focused on, and in the event that we're successful in getting the appropriation, it's consistent with the goals and objectives you've set forth. So when we ask for additional monies to match a grant or what have you, then you're comfortable in saying, okay, this is something that we prioritize, because nothing is worse than getting an appropriation and then coming to ask the board and say, I had no idea that we applied for that, and I'm not comfortable with matching it to the tune of 100, 200, or 300,000. So I'm going to bring that back to you in a resolution for us to adopt kind of our overarching legislative priorities, and then that will be our marching orders for the legislative session.
He used to come down once in a while and meet with the commission. I haven't seen him for a few years now.
He came in here, when I started, and then he's trying to meet with me this
He
week.
can make an impact.
He's trying to meet with me this week, and certainly I can get him the same day that I bring the resolution to the board, so you all can provide even clearer direction to him and what the measurables are with respect to what you're expecting to receive in the relationship, because we should conceivably be getting pretty frequent calls or requests to go up to Tallahassee or even meet with our local legislative delegation when they're in town to advocate on our behalf. But that's something that I think if we manage the contract and we set clear legislative priorities, we're providing additional tools for our lobbyists to be successful on our behalf.
So if I'm understanding you right, you want to keep this contract for this year and you kind of work it and then give us
See if it
feedback
works.
and see where we're at the end of
Yeah,
the year? Okay.
yeah, if the board will allow for me to do that, yeah, I would appreciate it.
Well, I'll have to say that, I mean, I'll certainly work with you, but I don't like lobbyists. I think that there's always something tied to grants. Like I said before, I think that there's always a carrot there, and they always want something that, that I just don't agree with, I guess, with grants. So what else besides, getting a certain part from government and a certain part that we have to match are lobbyists beneficial to us? And would lobbyists be beneficial to a town of under 4,000 residents, even though we're moving forward,
Right.
we're progressing in everything, so.
From my perspective, I've worked in communities that have had lobbyists, I've worked in communities that haven't had lobbyists, and it's worked both ways. It really depends on how aggressive and how much access we can get to those in Tallahassee. A lobbyist their principal role is to advocate on behalf of your local government entity and what your interests are, and in essence, try to bring home some of those dollars that we send to Tallahassee for projects that benefit your local constituents. There's the other side that's effectively the same responsibility that your legislative delegation is supposed to do. When you send them to Tallahassee, they're supposed to advocate and talk with their peers to bring home projects for their jurisdiction. A lobbyist it's more of a targeted approach, and that person's intent is always to keep your community, your interests at the forefront, where a member of the House or Senate has a larger geographical area where they have to try to fight for opportunities or access or funding for the entire region, where you have a lobbyist that's looking specifically to address what your interests are. At this particular moment, I don't have enough information to be able to tell the board that this is a successful arrangement and it is something that I can recommend. And so I'm asking that allow me to see if this effectively works, and if it doesn't work, I can then say, based on what we're paying and those types of things, I think we can reduce it to $20,000 a year, put money in the budget for the elected officials to go up to Tallahassee and advocate on certain days on certain topics with staff, and we can effectively accomplish the same thing. But not knowing exactly the nuances and intricacies of how the relationship works and how successful they are and how strong their relationships are with members of the delegation, I can't provide you a really good opinion on whether we should keep it or whether we should remove it out of the budget. And so to err on the side of caution, considering that local governments are under attack for home rule, I would prefer to work that relationship and see where it goes. And I can definitely tell the lobbyists that the board is allowing for us to see what we can accomplish this next year, but if we don't show value and show that there's progress, it's going to be hard to continue the relationship on in perpetuity, or at least for.
Okay, because does he get this money in one lump sum?
He charges us every month, if I'm not mistaken.
He sends us an invoice each month and we bill him each month.
Okay, and is he accountable? Does he give us, like, for instance, the board now? Like, since he didn't deliver anything to us, okay, last year, if maybe we asked to look at 5 different things.
You know, one more
okay?
time, he was, in his defense, he had some things that were really close to being voted on and approved. But the Parkland thing in South Florida changed all the funding and took away pretty much all the grant money that was available in that bucket. So that was beyond his control.
Okay, so I
And-
guess that answers my question, because I was going to ask the commission, was there any projects that they feel might have come to fruition if it had been another
I think the ball field
lobbyist or
lights were
something?
one of
I
them.
don't know. I'm
He
just
pretty
asking.
much had, it was down to the beach groins and the money for that. The lights for the ball field, I think were out, and I think we asked to redo the snack shack over there. Those were out, but the beach groins were very much at the end on the table. But once the South Florida hit, and that problem down there, that redirected all that money.
Okay, so y'all think he acted in our behalf most of the time? Okay. I was
And
just
how many
was
curious.
able-
citizens does he represent?
Yeah,
I was
that
just
one of my
curious.
questions.
He was instrumental in getting the lighting for John's Pass,
Yeah, which
which
is
was,
300,000?
was 300 and,
12,000, wasn't it?
Yeah, something
yeah,
like that, yeah.
right.
I think he has
6 years
5
worth-
clients.
6 years worth of us
Oh,
paying
that was what I was gonna
50,000
ask
a
you.
year, basically, is the way that, I don't think that.
Okay, and he also looks after some of our other beach cities?
Huh?
He also looks after some of our other beach cities?
I think he has 5 clients. I'm not sure the other municipalities that he effectively represents. I have to dig into that, but I know I think he has 5 clients.
Okay, I was just curious, because then he might have the same issues with the other ones, and there might be a little bit more grasp there. from
Well,
the
and I
town.
think certainly I would encourage, him to be present in front of the board more and give us some regular updates from Tallahassee and, making sure that we're in tune to what's going on, because it would necessitate some trips to Tallahassee to make sure that they know that we're lockstep and the lobbyist is communicating with the local jurisdiction. But I think for the sake of this arrangement, about 1 more year would give me a good understanding and allow for me to work with him to provide him some of the things that the board's looking for and how we can possibly see some of these projects come to life. Because, we have got 412 other municipalities that we're fighting against. And so establishing that relationship with the local delegation and advocating on behalf of the city is going to be critical. But at the end of the day, the governors have big red pens, and sometimes those projects make it and sometimes they don't.
Right. Well, I was just about to uncircle that one, so.
Uses a Sharpie too.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, there is value in having a lobbyist, and I can't remember, one of the beach communities is now looking at getting a lobbyist. I forget who it is, so, they obviously think it's valuable as well.
I did have one other question on that page. It's down at the bottom, though, where we had discussed the donations to the Chamber of Commerce. And it was shown in there for the 2019 budget, $6,000.
Yeah, I thought I got direction from the commission to spread that equally, 2,500 each. I believe
Oh, is
that's,
that what, okay, because
That's-
I
And
would,
to name each one in.
that's the direction that I got
Good.
from this Commissioner Oakley.
oh, okay, because I thought that we were still kind of open on that, because what is the benefit, to donating that much to each one of them? I had suggested, or thought I did, and maybe I did, shut me up if I did, but as to being just a regular business member of each Chamber of Commerce, rather than donating the $2,500 to each
Right.
one, to be a regular business member, just like any other business, okay, instead of giving them money, because I think they're important to our community, and I think they need to be a presence in our community, but I think we just need to be a regular business member instead of a donating partner.
Yeah, that was part of the conversation, so we needed clarification from the board. where they wanted to go, if there's consensus, because I believe there was consensus on the 20, splitting the amount down the middle, but also there was some discussion about a regular business membership and what the cost would be for that, and I think
A couple
that,
$100?
Pardon?
Isn't it a couple $100 or something?
yes, I think it's, yeah. So, we just needed clarity for that one, so we can, and I think we talked about it, and since we didn't get to my budget, I didn't note it here in my accounts, it may be in my notes, so it may be in some other notes, but if the board can provide some direction, some clarification on that, we can make sure that that's accounted in the final document on the amount for the chambers.
Yeah, my reasoning was I just didn't feel that we should use taxpayer dollars to belong to the chambers. I didn't feel that was fair to our citizens. That was all.
It's the pleasure of the board.
How do
I
you
think
feel?
it's important that we do
How
belong.
do you feel?
As,
I just think we pay for a membership.
Huh?
I think just a general member.
You don't talk into that?
We all get in trouble.
It's been a
Me
long
too.
day. I agree with Debbie in that, we look at, the general membership versus the donation. Like she said, what do we get for, and it shouldn't be about all of what we get, but at what point are we just donating money?
Because it's always been done.
Well, that doesn't make it right. to
Exactly.
say,
No,
because
I
it's always
agree.
been done, and I don't have a good answer at this time. I'd like to hear what we do get back, is it our advertising? What exactly are we,
Donating to.
Could Missy maybe?
We can, certainly, if it's the board's pleasure, we can ask. I think we have representatives from both chambers that can probably provide clarity on that topic better than I can. So if the board wouldn't mind, we can, have both representatives give us a,
yep.
Is Robin still here?
Only one chair.
Doug's here. Doug's here.
Robin?
Yeah,
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Missy Hahn from Treasure Island, Madeira Beach, Chamber of Commerce. And I will say that, speaking with the new city manager, Mr. Evans, we have been giving him a list of what we do as far as services for the chamber, not only representing you, but we also field an awful lot of phone calls for you that we take as opposed to having the city take. We do a tremendous amount of advertising. I'm happy to share with you what I shared with Jonathan in the past, because just off the top of my head, it would be difficult to list all the things we do. But we look at you as a partner. If we did just a membership, there would be a lot less services that we would be able to offer to you. But again, as a partner, we list you in our vacation guide. We give you 5 pages. 1 page in a vacation guide, our cost was $1,250. So that $5,000 goes for many more things, not just a membership. Any questions?
Memberships aren't, it's a tiered thing?
It's tiered, yeah, so it would be difficult to say. Ours is very simple. Our breakdown is for a sole proprietor, it's $150. For up to 5 employees, it's $300. For 6+, it's $600. And then we have what we call partnerships, which is how we look at the city of Madeira Beach. So you're basically, your logo is everywhere that we have our logo on. So you are a pure partner for us, not only just on our website, but on our weekly waves, in our vacation guide, everything that we do.
Cost for us to be a partner aside from our contribution?
Well, it would be depend, because it's tiered, so it would be depend on what you want. We have $1,000, $2,500, $5,000 partnerships.
Right. So are we paying anything in addition to this donation?
No. No, that's what you pay, that $5,000, and that includes everything, the 5 pages in the vacation guide.
It won't be 5. It's going to be cut in half.
I know, I'm trying not to.
Well, we will. It got messed up last year.
Bill would
Sorry
say
about
it.
that.
But yeah, That's what I can't speak for what it's always been, but since I've been there, I believe the first year I was there was when our board came up and with the $5,000. I don't think it was that in the past, but I honestly can't speak on that. That would be something that you'd have to go through.
So Missy, what you're saying is that for, let's say, $2,500, you put our name out, you've got advertisement for us. You're selling the city of Madeira Beach.
Exactly. And we're, as I said, we look at you as partners. So when people call, like I said, especially like, say, the hurricane, that was a big, for all of us, even though fortunately we weren't directly hit by it, we certainly saw the down business. So we proactively came and worked with the city and the commission to get live Facebook out there so we could say that we were open for business. So we did that for both cities as a partner for us. Yes. Any other questions?
Give them to the other one until last year.
No, we're happy to work with you any way we can. I mean, I'd hate to see a reduction, but you know, we're here to work with the city, with the small businesses. We're kind of the small business liaison for the city. Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I'm Doug Izzo. I'm the Government Affairs Representative at the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber. And whatever you guys decide to do is fine with us. We appreciate even looking at this topic. So, you know, just as far as some of the things we do, I know Missy touched on it, some parts. You know, in addition to making sure everybody knows that the city's open for business, we actually have email list, texting service, all kinds of stuff that actually go to the residents as well and lets them know, for example, during natural disasters like hurricanes or traffic problems, like if the road's closed, bridges stuck open. You know, we can get the message out there and make sure that people are aware of it. And then also we get the questions too, you know, so we'll help answer questions. We also staff and run the kiosk in John's Pass. I don't know for how much longer, but we do that too, and that's not really cheap. So there's those things too. And then when you just think about advertising in general and how much that costs, mentioning advertising your legal notices and how that's $1,000 right there. You know, where you're in our website, which is all, you know, everything's digital nowadays, but we also have print relocation guides for residents, visitor guides, all kinds of different avenues to get your name out there and just make sure that you're represented and that we can help field answer any questions you may have. But I know I'm leaving a lot more out, you know. Well, obviously the government affairs part, the advocacy part, and we partner with our cities to make sure that we do what we can to advocate on your behalf and then work with the city manager, like, for example, if a sign ordinance comes up and, you know, we can get feedback from the business community so you guys have information that's relevant, you know, to use when making decisions. So that's a couple of examples of what we do. So if there's no questions, I'll sit down. I'll let you guys get back to work.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I like the idea of splitting it 25 each. Because really, right now, we don't really have anything out there advertised in the city. There is nothing. There's no newsletter, nothing out there. So, yeah, I would say let's stay with them at the 2,500 each.
And I just don't agree with that, but I respect Commissioner Hodges. I think that it's a necessary organization. I think that they do a lot for the businesses. I think that they do things for the entire community. I think that we have, we're updating and doing we'll be doing a great job on our own website for our own advertising. I think that we have Kurt, our new,
Public relations.
what's his title? Kurt, what's your title? I'm sorry.
Public relations.
Public relations, exactly. And I should have known that, but I didn't want to say it because I wasn't really positive. But anyway, I think that Kurt will be a marvelous addition to our staff, and I think that that's one of the reasons that I was very pro for the addition, is that while, like I say, while the chambers are very important, they are important to the business communities first, and that's who supports them, and that's why I believe that we should just have a basic membership. Thank you. At least try it, okay? And if we find that that's not satisfactory, then I'm sure they'd love to take our money after a while, right? Thank you.
I think I agree with Nancy Hodges in that we stay with the 2,500 for now and really evaluate what we're getting for the buck this year and then go with it from there. You know, it's kind of, I haven't personally really looked into what each of them do. You know, so I am not 100% sure. You know, I know in the past I went to the kiosk and I stood there and the lady that was working, somebody came in and said, you know, where do I go for a group or dinner or something? And they were sending them to Clearwater Beach or someplace else. That I disagreed with, you know. But I think overall, you know, I think they're doing a service for us, and I think before we can put it on our public relations person now, you know, because we don't know how it's going to go with that. So I think we need to look at both of them this year and then, you know, go from there.
Well, I kind of agree with Debbie. I mean, I don't know what we get for it, but it is what it is, and we can just see what happens without it. And if we need to go back to it, we can go back to it.
I think they both provide a lot of services for the city that we don't see. I mean, I get emails all the time that are telling what's going on in Madeira Beach. And there's a lot of things behind the scenes that are going on as well. So I would be in favor of maybe not 2,500, but 2,000 each and see how it goes.
Is that the pleasure of the board to give 2,000 each to, well, at least the majority of the board, 2,000 each to each of the chambers?
I can live with that.
I can live with that.
Okay.
See what happens.
All right.
I still say for an additional 500, you know, it's 2,500 each.
Is there any consideration, because,
What are we at, $2,000?
two? Okay,
So that's 2,000 each?
yeah.
Okay.
The mayor has spoken.
Somebody
She
had to
gets
speak.
support.
We have, the next item is the 2019 capital improvements plan. Couple of things that, for the board, I know that there's definitely some things on the staff report that I know we may have some staff here that can hit on those items very quickly. But if it is the board's pleasure, we can get into the discussion on the John's Pass kiosk, and I can bring you the capital improvements back and give you some time to look at the capital improvements plan and sit down and have conversations with me, and then we can bring that back for some further discussions or clarifications, because I don't want to rush through the capital budget items, because it's, you know, it's a pretty important part of the budget process. I needed to comply with what the charter says the city manager needs to provide, so I have done that by providing you the 2019 capital improvements plan, and then we can bring that back at a subsequent budget meeting so you can have some time to sit down and have conversations with me or provide some additional direction once we sit down and have another meeting. But I think for the sake of the, you know, folks in the audience, I think the kiosk is an important item. And then the staff reports, I don't think will take more than a couple minutes to go through.
I think you're wrong about a couple minutes, but I had one question about one of the things on this sheet.
Yes.
What is the Military Court of Honor?
Yes.
The Military Court of Honor, when we had conversations about the flag retirement pit that we were effectively going to partner up with the Rotary Club, Unfortunately, for whatever reason, there was a disconnect on when and the communication back with the individual to effectively allow for that project to come to life. So when we did have conversations out there, there was a discussion about complementing that particular area of the park with a military court of honor. And the thought process that it would be a 5-point star, and in the center of the star would be the US flag. And then on each point of the star would be every branch of the military. And it would be kind of right in front of the gazebo. And then we would also incorporate that flag retirement pit as well, and the box for people to drop off flags. But it will serve as and then there would be brick pavers where folks that have served our community and served in any branch of the military can purchase a paver where their name or their loved one can be inscribed. It will be inscribed on the paver. We'll install the paver twice a year, before Memorial Day, before Veterans Day, and that would effectively become the place where the city would have its Memorial Day and Veterans Day ceremonies. Now, we know that some of the costs would be offset by the sales of pavers, but we do believe through a capital campaign, we can raise the money to help offset the cost of the project. That number is a plug number until we get out there and actually spec out exactly what the Court of Honor, the size of it. But we wanted to see if the board, and I could provide you some visuals, if the board had the appetite to effectively do that, because you have your 9/11 memorial there. You'll also, if that project comes to life, you would have the military court of honor, and that park in essence becomes almost like Patriot Park. It becomes something that as you enter the city, you'd be recognizing your first responders, you're recognizing your military personnel, and I think it would become it'll be a very nice asset to the city's park inventory, and actually fix up an area in that park that desperately needs some TLC. So it's a concept. We wanted to see if the board had a desire to consider that, and effectively that will be the place where staff would recommend that you would hold your Memorial Day and your Veterans Day ceremonies and those types of things, understanding that, parking is restricted on that site. However, it would be something that as you drove into our community, you would know right off the bat exactly what we value as a community. So that's kind of the thought process behind
I
the
just
Court of
don't
Honor.
recall any of it costing $40,000. I mean, that was huge. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they were gonna put in a flag burning thing in themselves, and we were allowing them to do it on our property. This is the first I've heard about $40,000, so I'll have to think on that one
Yeah,
for a while.
and I can provide you visuals of kind of conceptually what it would look like, because, some folks say, well, how much effort and work does it go into a star with 6 flagpoles and those types of things? But when we look at how we can construct it, and it may be substantially cheaper, I just needed to put a number in there to be able to say, okay, we're only going to expend what the cost for the project is, but it's not going to exceed that. I'm comfortable that it's not going to exceed that, but I need to sketch out exactly what it is, how many pavers are we talking about, and then I would think that we would say as a city, we want to engage our local businesses in a capital campaign, and being so close to Bay Pines, I find it, hard to believe that we're not going to get a lot of community support to see that come to fruition. So it really, I think, would be a nice complement to the park, and, it's in discussion, but you're absolutely right. Originally, it was supposed to be that pit that was going to be constructed, and for whatever reason, that didn't come to fruition because of some communication mishaps, but we saw value in that and wanted to utilize that space as a way to really commemorate and recognize our military personnel and our vets and those types of things. So it's still in concept, but we wanted to see if the board, had the desire to possibly move forward with a variation of that, but kind of expanding what the scope is. But I can provide you some visuals, because it's easier to sell something when you can see it.
Sorry.
Unless you want to buy a vacuum or something, But Yeah. So that's kind of where that is, but,
Okay.
I have a question too.
yes.
What is the difference between the Archibald Park bathhouse and the Archibald restroom? Aren't they all the same building?
The bathhouse is it would be a new facility that would be basically changing rooms. That's what it would be.
Where would that go?
We have the Public Works Director can provide, we have a layout exactly where we would look to construct that. And then the restroom improvements are an overhaul of the restroom facilities there, including the plumbing, what's in desperate need. But what we're having is the influx of when mom or dad go to take their little ones into the restroom, it's limited. So, and sometimes it's just changing clothes or, you know, those, where we think a bathhouse would be able to accommodate that. So we have some visual
Is there room in there?
No,
No.
there's not room.
No.
And he's right, it gets backed up in there when people are just changing their clothes.
Yeah.
It's a very true statement. But my idea was tear the whole thing down and reconstruct something that makes sense there. Because that place has just been rehabbed not even 5 years ago. They went in and redid it. And it's not gonna, we can't just keep rehabbing something over and over and over again.
My concern is, and certainly the planning and zoning director, if we go in there and we tear it down, then we're required to meet all the current standards, and then that becomes.
Pretty much does.
It comes to a situation where I think it would be one of the most expensive restroom projects in recent history on the West Coast, because they do become extremely expensive once you say, if you tear it down and then to reconstruct. And the director can provide a little bit more insight on that since she's a subject matter expert.
If the facility is entirely public-owned and public service-oriented, it can be built on the ground, but you would still have to use pretty hefty materials and methods to ensure that it was flood-proof.
So the challenge, I guess, the challenge that we have, if effectively, as opposed to spending $60,000 or $70,000 to renovate it, you're gonna spend $300,000 or $400,000 to, if not more, to reconstruct it at today's construction cost. And
Right, the construction costs are running, they're pretty high. They've been running for just residential $250 a square foot. And I just got I was just comparing prices on another public facility on the ground in the floodplain, and they were having to construct at a rate of about $350 a square foot in order to meet on the ground floodplain criteria for a public facility.
John had an idea. Use paid toilets. Paid toilets. The paid toilets. Remember when you used to put a dime in the airport or whatever?
We would really need time to price anything
yeah,
out.
we would have to, anything, if it's a rebuild or a reconstruction, we'd have to actually price that out and see what that is. But we can get some more, we can bring you some information when we get in more details with the CIP, the cost to renovate per square foot and the cost to actually reconstruct per square foot when our building official returns. He's out of pocket right now.
Well, how far can you take that one down without it being a new build?
That's a question that,
It is a good question, 50% of the value.
yeah.
What's the value? Sorry, it's just a strange
Right.
question, I guess.
It's going to be based on how much value the property appraiser has for the building.
Do they include the snack shack in that, or is that a standalone facility?
I don't know. Well, each structure would have a standalone value.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and traditionally, property appraisers don't give you the actual value on government facilities because it
Correct.
doesn't generate tax revenue. So and they're only required by statute to put their foot on the property once every 3 years. So most times when you see city facilities, they're grossly under what the actual value of that asset is. So we may find out that it's, pennies on the dollar what it would be, and then that limits our ability for that 50% rule. So we can look in it and provide some options.
Per the
But
agreement.
it
per-
is high enough, isn't it? It's off the ground.
Well, and also per the agreement with them, they pay us what the assessed value is, or
The snack check, yeah.
Yeah.
And per state law, they have to pay, or we have to pay taxes on that because it's not utilized for government purposes.
We're gonna go over all this later, right? Is what you were saying to it.
Yeah, I would recommend that if the board would consider us discussing the CIP at another budget workshop, because there's a lot of things there, and I don't want us to,
I got a lot of questions, so we'll just hold on.
hopefully I have a lot of answers for those questions.
By the way, I blew up the schedule because I remember last year Commissioner Dalford indicated that it was too small of numbers and he wanted it enlarged, so
When you're old, it's hard to see,
I realize that.
And you guys, you might have went over this before I got here, but there was two things that were supposed to come back at this workshop. One was numbers on health insurance. Have we got that yet? And number two was numbers on leasing vehicles versus buying vehicles.
Both those items, the health insurance, Director Pierce got that on Friday, and him and I have not sat down and had some discussions about that, but we are bringing back an item to the board at your workshop in July on the compensation, the health insurance, retirement, all that item is coming back to the board. We've already put that on the agenda. And I believe this week, Thursday, we're meeting with folks from Enterprise to talk about the lease option, and Director Pierce had a very good conversation with them. So on Thursday of this week, we'll have a better understanding of what that option consists of, and then when we have our other budget conversation with the board, we can give you an update on the lease option for.
And also, at the July 11th meeting, we have a representative from Blue Cross Insurance coming to do a presentation to the commission as well.
Yep. Does the board wish to tackle the Johnson's Pass kiosk and the staff reports? Because I know we've got some folks that are still waiting to provide an update to the board on those.
I'd like to start off by saying, when we first started talking about the kiosk, the number, it was $12,000 to do it. Now we're up to $15,000 to $17,000. And what will it be up to by the time we actually get to it? I think, to me, and with.
You're talking about making it ADA compliant?
Yes.
Okay.
With what we've been offered to lease it for, it's gonna take us between 4 and 6 years to recoup our money. With that being said, my thing, after reading all this and going through it, is tear it down and just put up a place where people can sit underneath of there, benches or whatever.
A change machine and a couple of things are out there.
If it's gonna take us 6 years to recoup our money.
But we're not gonna recoup it in that, because most of the time we only charge them $1 a month,
We did 2 bids, I think one was 300,
They're gonna come,
if we got that, just my personal opinion.
I agree. I even thought that the Hubbards, whatever group that was that did the big fisherman's statue that's back over in the corner by the bell tower that nobody ever sees. Right, I mean, I think that corner would be really nice to showcase that beautiful structure, because most people don't see it back in the corner.
I think it might be too big to go there.
I don't think so.
The,
And then put a structure on the back that's out of the sun, has a couple of benches, people can sit there and eat their ice cream or whatever, and I kind of agree. I don't see the point in redoing it. You know, putting $16,000 into a 10-by-8 structure.
What would it cost to tear it down?
Less.
Yeah, but then to go in there and you're good, it'll be less to actually construct a shade structure where people can sit down as well. But I think if, the one thing that I know, and I think everybody knows, there is a value to people getting information as to what is occurring in the past. And so in the event that that structure is demolished, we need to make sure that we communicate with the merchants in the area and basically come to some type of conclusion as to who effectively or what effectively is going to advertise and promote what's going on in there. Now, if it's the board's pleasure to say, proceed forward with the demoing of that structure and, do some improvements on that curb, I would certainly encourage you to have some type of LED or what have you, consistent with what the code is, some display monitors that roll information or advertise or promote and put out information consistent with, because I think there is a value to informing people of what's going on, and if that is taken away, there's a huge gap of information and opportunities to make impressions on people. So if the board does want to go in the direction to say we'd much rather you put some seating there, I would certainly recommend that we put some type of technology improvements in there, whether it's a digital kiosk or something you go to the mall and you can find, but something to help advertise and promote and inform people of what effectively is going on, because that information piece is so valuable in the grand scheme of things.
I agree,
Can I
but how
throw
long is
my-
it going to stay out
Can I
there?
throw my 2 cents in?
No.
Please, please.
Okay.
Well, I've done a lot of thought on it too, okay? So, but I wanted to, and I did this like over the weekend and stuff, and
Well, can you bring that up? I emailed you Commissioner Weinstein's.
I thought it would be easier to show a
Diagram.
little map, not to scale, of course, because I don't have that
Oh, come
ability.
on, Debbie.
Not to anything, because I don't have that ability, but I was really thinking about it, and for those of others that maybe don't see the village every day like I do, I was really thinking about the March 27th workshop when Frank DeSantis told us that, we had to be in ADA compliance, no matter what's done with the structure and no matter who occupies it. So I thought of something else that I just wanted to present and see if anybody else has any other thoughts about it. I asked the board to consider this back at the March 27th workshop meeting from over on the other side of the dais here. But I've got four points I wanted to make, okay? The first one is to give the current tenant notice to vacate, because according to the expired lease, and I'm thinking of the expired lease, the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce has paid $1 a month rent to the city per month from October 1st, 2012 to April 30th, 2017. That's the records I have. And at that point, the lease renewal fell through the cracks, and there's been nothing paid since April 2017. But I know that's past history, but it's just something to note, and I had that from the old records. Number 2, in addition to and this is where the little map comes in, helpful, I think. In addition to the ADA issues that Frank has given us, there's public safety issues that should be considered, I think. The entrance, for instance, to the 10-by-10 structure, okay, that you're looking at, that I've circled in red there, sits about 8 feet from the busy intersection of Village Boulevard and 129th Avenue. There's no defined curb that separates, oops, that's not it. There's no defined curb that separates the street from the sidewalk there. And I have seen pedestrians with small children and babies in strollers, people using walkers or in wheelchairs hovering around the entrance to that tiny little 10 by 10 structure. And they're close to cars and the trucks going through the intersection. And I just believe that that corner is too congested for that 10 by 10 structure and often looks like an accident waiting to happen. So I had the same thought initially that John Dothert thought of. Tear the enclosed 10 by 10 structure down and replace it with a continuation of the existing roofed seating area, because we need more shaded seating area everywhere, and everybody talks about it, and we haven't done anything about it. But, you know, that would be for somebody else to look at. This is kind of a little dream, I guess. But number 3 is after you've torn down the structure, not the entire structure, just the structure, not the roof and not the beams, okay? Because the beams now are the same ones as the beams before that little structure was ever put in. You can see it. It's the same, exact same
Wasn't it
thing.
a bus stop at one time?
Pardon? Yes, it was a bus
Bus
stop,
stop.
right. That's what it was built for. And it had this great, do you remember this, Nancy? It had a great boat. It was a hull of a boat. That was the roof at one time. It was very smart looking. Yeah, it was smart looking. But number 3 is request the staff, after we've torn it down and everything, request the staff to get bids for the extension of the city-owned property Fantasy Planet. And that's in the very middle of that little map that I gave y'all. The very middle is the property Fantasy Planet. And keep in mind that the south side of the building, okay, which, is to the left, was extended 15 or more years ago to provide restrooms. Okay, and the restrooms were built. So now let's look at the north side exterior wall as a possible way to extend the building, perhaps to a 10 by 20 enclosure for a Chamber of Commerce or Welcome Center. And it could include a spot for community policing and parking enforcement. Because we were thinking about that at the March 27th meeting. We already have, which of course I'm sure I'll be downed with, but we already have the 10 10-foot by 20-foot exterior wall from the north side of that building. So we need 2 walls, an entrance wall, flooring, roofing, no plumbing, and maybe no additional electric required. And just let's see what the cost is. It certainly might be more than the Board of Commission wants to consider, but maybe it's something worth checking out. The new site would be in the heart of the village. Still not up there. The new site would be in the heart of the village and would get better visibility and a better overall experience, I think, for visitors. And number 4, after the bids are received or after someone goes out and checks for us how much this is going to cost, and remember, it probably would be a major, not a major improvement, well, pretty major. I guess Linda could, our planning director could probably tell us more. I'm sure that Frank DeSantis could give us a whole lot more information. But after the bids are received, if the Board of Commission approves proceeding with the extension, then we can renew our conversation with both chambers of commerce and other parties, who might be willing to lease it. But I think it would really be a great improvement to the village. It would create maybe not green space in the village, because there's not too many places to put green space, but it would create a place for people to sit down. I think it would be a marvelous thing for the village. I think that it would be welcomed by residents. I think it would be welcomed by visitors and by businesses too, because it would create a real focal point for that visitor center right in the heart. When you come into 130th, when you come from 130th into the village, you'd see it immediately.
That is something we should consider, but perhaps as not together, not tear down the kiosk and build that, but maybe take the kiosk down, put a park there. That's one project, and then look at what we can do there. I'm not, right now I think it's, let's see, it's the west side of the kiosk has a great big bulletin board or glass enclosed with lock. And there's hardly anything on there right now, but we could put, a big map of the village there, or Madeira Beach. Well, I can't remember what map.
There is one there now.
There's a big map of the village, but
Or maybe even better, a map of Madeira Beach, so people can see what else there is to do in Madeira Beach. and there's currently a place to put brochures. So anyway, like I said, if we built this, it would be a separate project, just do one thing at a time.
You know, I kind of agree with Jonathan in that, you know, we need, you know,
Some kind
we
of
need
presence.
somebody out there, you know, selling the businesses in there. That I agree with. I guess my whole concern and my thought process was what it's gonna cost and, you know, return on investment. And that's what I was getting turned off on, you know. I think what Debbie said has merit. You know, I think it's something that we need to,
Talk about.
well, I think we need to have the staff get us some bids on it, you know.
And she's thinking
or
outside the
have
box.
staff come back and give us a better alternative than, you know, what we have right now. I just don't like the alternative that we have at this point of spending 15 to 17 plus to just rehab that little building,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. That's why I was thinking of the other, but I was thinking how important, I guess, the presence of either a commission or a welcome center, visitor center, plus the idea of having the community policing or the parking enforcement able to just have a little, I guess, a presence right there, presence in the village. So, yeah, I think we should think about it.
You put a lot of thought into this, Debbie.
Pardon?
You did a good job. You put a lot of thought into it.
I really tried. I know.
I think it's a good.
Thank you, Nancy.
I think it's a good idea. I do feel it's really important that we continue to keep a welcome center and a chambers there. I think it's important for the village and all of Madeira Beach, Treasure Island. You know, we need that, I wouldn't say input, output, whatever. I'm not sure which word to use correctly, but I think that's really important that we do have someone there talking to the community and giving them direction. And I honestly like your idea. I do. I think it's a good idea. As far as the cost goes, I have no idea what it would cost. But I think to follow through with a little bit of your idea, if anything, I think it's a good plan.
If the board is interested, what we can do is pretty much just kind of hard sketch out and put some pen to paper on the option, what it would be to effectively remove that kiosk area and reconstruct something that has some digital display boards. Then we can price out what that would be. We can look at the option of putting some, you know, of course, anyway, I think you gotta do some improvements to that intersection. But then also we can put some sketch and pen to paper as to what the vice mayor's comments were, and then, you know, come back with a couple of options with some cost estimates as to what would need to occur to see either of those options come to life. And then ultimately, you know, the option that we've talked about is just the overall renovation of that particular area. And in my conversations with the building official, the new design elements that enclose the kiosk also incorporates the seating that would be around under the shade structure at the kiosk. So he did incorporate that element into it. So you wouldn't lose the seating, it would just be under the shaded area on the eaves of the building. So, but we can bring back kind of what those three options look like, and then the board can provide us additional direction and clarification. And it would be my recommendation to effectively continue with the agreement or the arrangement that we have in place with the chambers until we come to some final conclusion as to how the board wishes to proceed with the kiosk.
But how can we do that, Jonathan, when we can't sign a lease?
I wouldn't recommend signing the lease, but I think, and the city attorney may be able to opine on this, but it's my understanding that if there was a contract in place and either party hasn't provided notification, that it effectively allows you to continue on, the law allows you to continue on, basically on a month-by-month arrangement. But the attorney is.
Okay, because there's not a contract in place.
Right,
It expired.
it had expired,
Well, oh, okay.
but we as an entity have not provided notification to them that the contract has expired and we wish to go in another direction, nor
Oh, I
have they
see.
exercised any authority that they had in the previous contract. So it almost continues on like the contract's in place, but.
You'll have to give notice half the amount of time of a month, so 15-day notice to evict them.
So we can, even though the contract has effectively expired, that in the event that the city wanted to move in another direction, even though that term of the agreement has expired, the city would still have to operate in a space that a contract or agreement is continuing on like a month-to-month basis.
Yeah, it's a month-to-month basis. You could continue, or you can evict them, but you should give them 15 days' notice.
They've not
for
paid anything
eviction.
since April of
Does that
2017.
even
So what would the
happen?
contract be?
Well, you still need to give the eviction notice.
Oh, I see, okay.
Jonathan, is this something that we would have to maybe take to the Jones Pass Association and talk to them about? Because I know they depend on that little kiosk for their advertisement also.
I certainly would think something as substantive as this, it would be a good decision for the board to have that kind of conversation with them, because it would have an impact on their particular business, or they may like the alternatives and provide some assistance or perspective, or even, decide to say, hey, there's opportune space here, or those types of things. So I think it wouldn't hurt us, and I think it actually would improve the overall end product if we did have that conversation, to your point, Commissioner. And we can coordinate that for sure.
Can we get the Jones Pass Association at the next workshop, as well as some recommendations from the staff as to various options, and even what Debbie brought up, to look at all three of those, I guess is what I'm asking.
We will certainly make it a priority, see how fast we can put some pen to paper to get those numbers, but I'll be able to get a better handle on that once the building official is back in town, and then I can, if it works out, we certainly can put it on the agenda. If not, we can even look to have a special meeting to discuss that specific issue.
Thank you.
All right. Does the board wish to get into the quick response vehicle? Chief O'Neill has asked that item be pulled. So,
When he brings it back, would you have him bring back some kind of commitment from the Reddingtons? I mean, we keep increasing their level of service, and we all know they've paid the same dollar amount for the last 20 years. So something needs to happen that when we increase the level of service to them, it impacts them, because it's very much impacting us. Because we're not just talking about a $30,000 truck. We're talking about another $50,000 of equipment to put on this truck. So we're up to $80,000 in this.
we can certainly bring some information on the Reddington contracts and how this vehicle would play into that existing arrangement.
Thank you.
Yep. If the board would allow, I'd like for our Parks and Recreation Director, or Recreation Director Jay Hatch, to bring you an update on the Wild West Kingfish Tournament. He's done some really good work on doing some research on this contract, and has addressed some of the effective pinch points that were communicated to myself, and he could provide some additional clarifications as to this event moving forward.
Good evening, everyone. Again, pursuant to the direction of the commission as well as city manager, and then a couple of requests from businesses in the past, we've basically reviewed the event. That has been taking place. This is going on their 7th year. So far this year, they've held 2 of their events. They have 2 more future events to take place. Per my discussions with the board and businesses as well as the event host, I've put together an addendum for the event, and it's in the packet. I have essentially four items on this addendum that will take place. The fourth one, actually, I'll get to it, but The first one, the event organizer, we've recognized that there is, with the setup of their event, that there's concern that they may be causing a traffic issue with the ability of the fire truck to reach the furthest parts of the pass, particularly Waltz and all the other businesses on that road. So they have agreed to get hired personnel to be stationed at that road closure at the intersection of Fisherman's Alley and Village Boulevard. The personnel shall be responsible for keeping the fire lane clear and ensuring the safe flow of traffic. So basically, they're going to have hired security there to tell people to get out of the street and direct them either into the event or down the sidewalk, just to keep that lane open. Another concern was with that traffic not being, or potentially not being able to get back to flow back there, that the businesses may be impacted. So the second addendum is that a sign will be placed at that road closure informing the general public of the businesses that are open and located along the boardwalk placed east beyond that road closure. So, we want to make sure that if we are, the intention of an event like this, per the notion of the organizer, is that he wants to bring people to the pass for his event, and if they're there for the event, that they're also going to the businesses in the pass. He's not trying to bring external vendors that are selling nonsense and, competing with t-shirt companies or competing with restaurants. He wants people to come to the pass to experience, to, enjoy the pass as they enjoy it. So he was very open to any of the recommendations and any of the conversations we've had, because he understands that if he's doing something that's going to impact the city and impact the pass, that it's not in his best interest or the city's best interest to continue to do so. So he wants to make sure he's doing everything necessary. On top of that, addendum 3, the necessary event parking sign shall be placed. I attached a map with a couple of locations leading up to the next event. We'll actually get out there and kind of find better places for them, just to make sure that they're visible and people know that there are places to park. And then he'll be communicating with his, just as he has with the fishermen that participate, the anglers that participate, parking spots and, availability of those. And then number 4, it was a clerical error on my part. They asked for a waiver of parking fees for 20 spots. And they were speaking of 20 spots in Johns Pass Park. And while considering those, for whatever reason, I just completely lost track of the fact that there are those 6 spots in front of, 3 in front of Delos's and 3 in front of the t-shirt shop. So that's something that we'll go back, and moving forward, they will pay this parking rate because that's an established, they're utilizing the spots. We weren't going to approve the waiver of fees. So we've worked it out that they will pay there is a maximum parking rate for the day that you can pay if you just walked up and bought a pass. So we're gonna go back for the previous 2 events. We'll take care of those 6 spots, and as well as the 2 events coming up. Again, conversations with them, he will say it is a business. So if he's got to pay his way to make money with his business, he will do so. He has no issues with that. So we're just, making sure that we're following all the logistical issues and all the concerns that we had. The last thing that was brought up, there was a fee change for the rental of the kiosk, or not the kiosk, but the bell tower.
Yeah.
Having signed this event application and approved it prior to the change, us going back, and we actually spoke to Ralph about this, us effectively going back and telling him, yeah, you can have your event, but now you have to pay rent on something we already agreed upon. It wasn't something that really flowed well, and it didn't make sense. So he's aware of the rental fee, and after we're going to move forward with the addendum. The intention is to move forward with the addendum, reevaluate these 2 events, and ensure that we are following the addendum in the safety and the procedures that we're setting forth. And then moving forward next year, we will discuss whether or not he's going to have the event, or what his intention is. So, and then I do know that one other issue and one that was of concern was alcohol at the event. In the past, and this was prior to Linda arriving with the city, so that, she is essentially the governing force that signs off on those extension of premise permits. Prior to her arrival, they were just getting done. I'm not sure who signed them, but it was a situation where something that the owner of that restaurant had been doing in the past. and he was under the impression that he was going to receive one. They sent off their application to the state and forgot to accompany a check with that. And the state isn't as kind as the city, whereas if I receive your application, there's not a check, I'm gonna personally call you and say, if you want this processed, you have to have the check. Well, they didn't, and it didn't happen. So he assumed that they had received it. It was miscommunication with them and miscommunication with us, and we've addressed it. They will not be selling outside on the day of the event. And I have told him, and as well as the event organizer, that if that is an interest of theirs in the future, that we'll have to reevaluate and put that all together in the event application. And that's something else that's on the upcoming, is it next agenda or?
I believe I think it may be the next agenda, if not the first, or the workshop in August.
Yes.
Sometime in July, because I had it written down on
Yeah, the special events, I think, yeah.
special event permits July.
Yes, so with the alcohol portion of the special events, basically, we're going to reevaluate our special event process and the ordinance that accompanies it, because it is, it was great 20 years ago, but now we have a lot more people interested in doing permitted events, and there's better oversight that we can have without being too intrusive, just making sure that events are safe and effective and friendly to the public. So, because currently right now, we have a list of, say, 20 types of events that require an event permit, but we have 5 different application ways that you can do it. You have a wedding application, you have your special events application, you have your alcohol extension of premise. Those are all technically special event applications. It's just the type of, we're asking for the specific information of how you would like to receive that permit. So we want to make sure that those are clear set and defined. And, working through this event and other events is really helping streamline that process, and it's going to make these decisions easier and processes easier in the long run. So,
Where does it come in that people can walk around in the past with an open container? Because that's an issue too, because there's only 2 times a year that they allow that. So,
and that's an enforcement and staffing thing, as well as, our policing officers.
right, but isn't there some kind of a permit you can get? Because we allowed it for the seafood festival, so if we're allowing it for that one, you should be able to allow it and not make it an enforcement issue that it's going to ruin somebody's experience at this tournament.
Well, yes.
By getting arrested for having an open container on the street.
Correct. And this issue, like I said, this was the oversight with that extension of premise. Based on our zoning and our special events permit and what we require, it doesn't all add up to allow for it. So we essentially, for the event and for the business and for the success of the surrounding businesses, is this something that we would probably like to have? Absolutely. But it's not, all of our codes are not speaking to each other properly, which is why we're reevaluating this. So if we can go through our zoning and make sure that it's proper and correlates with our special events permit, then it'll make more sense.
And we even talked about site plans and all those different things. So there's a lot of other components that are associated with this, but we're looking at taking the necessary steps to correct those issues so there's no issues or we don't have those, anomalies that just pop up and provide for some strain. So we're trying to work through that, but that's something that we definitely wanted to update the board on and then bring you back some modifications to the policy to move forward accordingly.
Jay, Jay, this tournament's not as big as the seafood festival that we have every year, but it still draws a big crowd.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just curious, do you have anything specially assigned for maybe handicap parking? I know, because during the seafood festival, there was a little bit of a problem. Even though they had handicap parking available, it just wasn't identified, and a lot of people were upset because they didn't know where they could park.
Yeah, and this is actually a fairly big concern for this event, or important concern, because they do fish a lot of veterans in this tournament.
Right.
And that was actually what the parking fee waiver was for, but they've worked it out in other ways. So I can add that to the signage. We have handicap parking signage that we utilize for other events, so
I
that
know-
shouldn't be an issue.
Excuse me, I know that when they did the Seafood Festival this past year, they did use the parking lot down in Johns Pass Park. And the people were able to go underneath the bridge to get to the village. But they just didn't have the proper signage. And then a lot of people got upset because, you know, they were handicapped and could not find a place to park. And then they had to park a great distance away, and that was inconvenient for them.
Yeah, and having conversations, you know, that's a whole nother topic, but with the Seafood Fest folks, that was, if you asked them their number one issue they had last year, or their number one oversight, that was, they were confident that was it, and it's something that they want to fix.
So this is something you can work out?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great.
And to address the size of the event, and I know that was a concern, the permit does list 300 people. The way it was explained to me is this is, of their membership, they have 1,500 anglers in their membership, I believe, the last time he spoke to me. This is an exclusive tournament for 60 boats. So they only allow 60 teams to register, and those 60 teams will fish those 4 events. So over the course, you know, you assume 4 to 5 anglers a boat, you're looking at 240, 250, and then maybe some family, maybe some other folks that do travel to town with them. So 300 may be right at or a little low. So we're 300 to 400, and that's kind of what we expect. Beyond that, the foot traffic of just the folks that are in the pass that just happen to be walking by, you know, you see a big fish hanging from something, you kind of want to check it out. So again, and you know, my commitment to this contract and this to look through is to make sure that I'm down there and looking, you know, day of the event going, you know, is this something that makes sense for us? Is this the right fit? Is this the right event for all this? And, you know, maybe there's something that I'll see that even with these addendums that we can improve on, or maybe there's something that's just not working. So, and he's committed to that as well, and they're, you know, they've got sponsors that participate that are committed, so we just want to make it work.
Thanks, Jay.
Yeah, thank you for the working on this. It was pretty good, Jay. I had a couple of, 2 things I just wanted to ask you. One is, if they anticipate, and I know from the 2 events in April, there was definitely more than 300 people down there in the afternoon. I know that because I walked all around there.
Yeah.
But it indicates on our application, I guess, it doesn't have a page, but it says that if there's 250 people, even for the one day, that they need porta potties. They didn't have any porta potties last time. So is that something that you talked with them? Or because this was already signed, we can't do anything about it now?
He offsets that expense, part of the sponsorship with the restaurant there, Delos's. He offsets that with the use of their restrooms.
There's
So-
only one men's and one women's in Delos is not going to handle 300 people.
Well, and it's part of our, you know, the requirement for portalets would be the same number of, it's something we can discuss further, for sure.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, the only reason that I mentioned it, besides seeing it in here, was one of the bars, okay, had seen, there were a lot of people going in there wanting to use the restroom, okay? And the bars didn't want them to unless they were a patron, okay? And so that's why I was wondering if it was applicable here. You know, and maybe that won't happen again, maybe they'll, but it was right around the corner.
Restrooms are always an issue, so.
I know.
It's something
Okay, so that was
we'll
it.
address it. I'll
Okay,
take
so I
it.
just didn't know if they needed to have the porta potties or not. And then the other thing is, and I know that we're a long time off because it's not happening till October, but if you'll just make a little note and then I can trash my note, with regards to the insurance, okay? We clearly state in our application that that the city of Madeira Beach has to be named as an additional insured in any and all policies, and that's definitely not a part of the declaration page, this page. Okay? In other words, we're shown as a certificate holder, but we are not shown as an additional insured, and they are 2 different things.
Okay.
So, and I can give you the 2 pieces of paper, okay, after I'm through with them, and then you
Well, I
can
have
just
that.
check it out. Oh, okay. Yeah, the certificate holder down at the bottom left-hand corner is not the same as the additional insured,
Okay.
okay? If you'll just please check that. Thank you very much. Otherwise, thank you very much for doing all the communication.
Jay, I got a couple questions for you. One is that you say the Pinellas County Sheriff's not applicable. Why? They don't have to have additional sheriff with,
The sheriff, we require a sheriff, well, and I've been trying to figure out, they've been on and off this past 2 weeks, so I haven't been able to nail one of our CPOs down, but, they require them for, if you are serving, like if you're selling alcohol, or if you have more than 3,000 people. That's what's listed on our permit. And again, that's, if the alcohol is something that they want to eventually, go to the restaurant and say, hey, we'll have the event, we'll partner our event space with you, then that's when we will have to address that.
okay, and same with the emergency medical?
Yes, well, EMS is, there's I forget what page of the application it says.
On this page I'm looking at, it says not applicable. NA. Right underneath the sheriff, it's in, Deer Beach Fire Emergency Medical.
I'm looking for the application, I should have it right here, and it lists our requirements. Here we go, sorry about that. Food. Well, the EMS is any events on the water. If they are serving food, we require some sort of site plan with the fire background. They don't serve food at the event, the restaurants around them do. And then I'm forgetting the third. I think it's another number. I believe it's the 3,000 threshold, or there's a threshold, a number of people. I know that the 300 or 300 to 400 or 5 is well below. Now, if they were out there doing a water skiing competition or something, we would require it. The same as these swimming events that we have. Or if it was, the size of the Old Salts event that's out here, we do require it. But it's not, based on our current standards, it's not of the size that it's necessary.
Okay. Maybe that's something we need to look at for numbers wise down the road. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jay, I do have one more question. I'm sorry, I had it circled and I forgot to ask you. On I guess it's the second page of our special events application, it shows Department of Transportation, then it shows / private road.
Yes.
So private road, the only private road that we have down there is that John's Way, and then the little teeny extension between John's Way going west toward the bridge. So why are we calling that a private road? I mean, Village Boulevard's not a private road, and Boardwalk Place is not a private road. So I'm just curious why.
Well, it's DOT jurisdiction versus city, like Madeira Way is not a DOT controlled road.
Oh, so it's a city road?
Yes, ma'am.
Not necessarily, okay.
Private,
I was thinking
again,
private
that's
road.
a language thing, and I guess.
Okay, it is a city road, right?
Correct.
But yeah, because I was thinking they did used to call that John's Way a private road, because it really was. I mean, it really is, okay. Okay, so it's a city road, thank you.
I found it's EMT required for events involving 3,000 persons or more, and all events involving boating / water sports.
So has boating.
Well, the event, this is their weigh-in event.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not.
Like we would have to chase 60 boats with.
Right.
All right. Jay, thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jay.
And if we can have Mr. Al Carrier with Dual and Associates provide us an update on the check valve report and findings, and then go right into the stormwater projects, pervious concrete maintenance.
Good afternoon. I'm Al Carrier with Doolin Associates, and I'm going to give you a quick update on the check valves. The Bocasiega Avenue, Bocasiega Drive project, down towards the end, where we didn't put the pervious pavement, tends to be one of the lowest areas in the city. And they've been experiencing for quite some time, every time there's a good spring high tide, they'll get a foot, maybe even a foot and a half of water in the streets. So we looked at some ways to try and alleviate that tide water coming back up into the neighborhood. That first sheet I gave you is what a check valve looks like. It's a WAPRO check valve, and the top, the green arrow should be on top. So the green arrow is showing you a depiction of what it looks like when the rainwater hits the street, goes into the collection system, and flows out the inlet. These check valves are located at the ends of the outfall pipe at the seawall. The picture below, where you see the red arrow, is the high tide coming in, and the way that the valve operates, it stays open by the water pressure, so it holds back the water from coming back into the collection system and up through the grates and into the streets. We installed 7 WAPRO valves in the city. 6 of them are on Bocasiega Avenue, Bocasiega Drive, and they are all constructed in that neighborhood south or east of 131st Avenue. We did put 1 valve on Pruitt. All the valves were installed by city forces, and there was some delay. They ordered the valves back in, I believe, February. They had 3 or 4 of them come in, and then 3 of them were on back order for quite some time. A couple months, 3 months before they actually came back to the city. So there was a little bit of delay. And I know that caused some heartburn with some of the residents, because we had told them we're all going to get them all the valves within 6 or 8 weeks, and it had extended beyond our control. In addition to the check valve diagram, I've also attached an aerial photograph, and there's some numbers on it. And those numbers are corresponding to the addresses of the location of the valves. Since the installation, we've had some mixed results. At the very beginning, we had 1 valve out of the 7 that was actually operating. And over time, it seems like some of the valves have corrected themselves. We were pretty frustrated. We called the WAPRO valve representative, and he had agreed to come out and take a look at the valves to make sure they were installed correctly. We did look at all 7 installations, and out of the 7, there was 1 valve, the biggest valve that was installed is down by the Coast Guard Auxiliary, which is at 299 Bocasiega Drive. So it's on the bottom portion, the bottom left-hand portion of your aerial photograph. It was installed correctly initially, but somehow the valve has shifted a little bit, and there's a seal that goes around the valve that seals the valve and the pipe together. That had worked its way out. The rep had suggested that we get the crews back out there, they pull the valve out, give him a couple days notice, he'll come out and look at the valve and remeasure to make sure that they sent the right valve, and then inspect the valve to make sure it's working correctly. Back in the 17th, on 6/17th, we received an email from one of the residents. It was during a high tide, I think it was on a Sunday. And she witnessed that all the valves were working except for the valve or the inlet in front of 13065 Bocasiega Avenue, which is at the top in that little cove. And 1 other valve at 343 Bocasiega. The valve at 13065, that collection system is along 131st Avenue. That collection system actually has 2 outfalls, one at the 13065 location and the other one down by the Coast Guard, which is at 299. The valve that I just spoke of, the biggest valve that we think we have an issue where it may be leaking and bypassing, is at the Coast Guard station. So what we think is happening, because it's lower at the 13065 location, we think it's surcharging and flooding the road from the Coast Guard side. So we think once we get the Coast Guard valve fixed, that we'll be able to resolve that entire system. I know Mr. Marsicano is in contact with the city of Treasure Island to utilize their camera. We're waiting for a tide to be low in the morning so that they can borrow the camera, put the camera inside the system, and see or identify where the leak is coming from exactly. The other location at 343 Bogosiega Drive is not working. The resident reported it wasn't working. Public Works has noticed that that hasn't been working. Back on 6/1, staff had Treasure Island come out with the camera. They had put the camera in the inlet to see where it was flooding from. They noticed that there was a bunch of debris. There was a bunch of sticks and leaves, and they think that was the cause. Someone's blowing all their debris into the inlet, and what happens during a rain event, not all of that gets flushed out, and there may be a stick holding that valve open. So that's what we believe is the issue now. Again, that's another one that we're going to look at. We're going to keep track of and try and identify the actual source of the flooding, whether it's from the valve sticking open or whether it's the inlet that's leaking. The location of on Bogosiega Avenue, the inlets were not replaced. They look like they're in fairly good condition, but we did replace the outfall pipes by slip lining them. So what happens when we slip line them, we put a new pipe inside the old existing pipe, and we fill that void space with flowable concrete, so it becomes a watertight seal. So we need to make sure that we do have a watertight seal on that one little system, 2 inlets and that outfall. So that one's on our radar. The last sheet that we have is we put together just a little checklist, just so we can self-monitor with Public Works the activities that have been happening for each of the valves, and that's it for that. It's on our radar screen for those two. I was surprised to hear that the other valves are working from the resident. We have reached out to other municipalities that have used these valves, and they have witnessed on some of the valves that they installed the same situation where they didn't work for the first couple of weeks and all of a sudden they start working. So we don't know if they have to be worked a few times from a couple storm events to get them to soften up or what, but I was glad to hear that we just have 2 now that we're dealing with.
Madam Mayor, if I may, also, one of the things that we will do after this presentation, in the next couple of days, Mr. Carrier and I and Kurt will put together an information piece to inform the residents in the impacted area, because we do get calls on that particular issue, and then, keep them in the loop as to what's going on and what's the city's response on this.
Can I bother you one more time, Claire? The next item is a report on the pervious pavement. As I just mentioned, we put quite a bit of pervious pavement down in the Bogosiega Avenue, Bogosiega Drive neighborhood. It was part of what we needed to do to obtain the SWIFT grant dollars. The purpose of the pervious pavement is to provide water quality treatment. So the stormwater runs across the pervious pavement. The water percolates into the ground underneath the pavement, and in doing so, it captures all the solids, the sands, the silts, the organic matter, basically in the top layer of that pervious pavement. It's pervious concrete, it's got voids, and the voids hold the sediment. So in doing that and holding the sediment, it requires some sort of maintenance. We get to be able to pull the sand and organic material back out. Mr. Marsicano's group just received, I guess a couple days ago, the vac truck that you see out front. And that's what we're going to be utilizing to suck that sediment out of the pervious pavement. To date, as far as we know, it's been functioning well. There have been a couple areas that have been problematic where contractors have come out, and it's an education thing. They don't realize that when they dump the maybe mulch or sand or dirt in the roadway because they're going to do brick paver work or landscape work, that has a direct impact on the pervious pavement. It clogs it immediately. The Public Works group, they have I think they call it a billy goat. It's a little walk-behind suction machine. So they've been following up and working those difficult areas where people keep dumping debris, and they get that area cleaned up. But in order to have that system function continually, they need to have that big piece of equipment that you see out there.
2 questions.
Yes.
Is that, they have to do the entire street with that thing? I mean, from curb to curb?
Yes.
From top to bottom? So
Yep.
it's a long process then?
Yeah, probably 3 swipes for that truck to get over that entire roadway width.
How long?
Probably 3 different swipes. So 3 different, because the vac truck will only reach, I think, 9 feet. We have 21 foot of pavement out there.
And under the recommendations, it says a schedule for sweeping and pressure washing. We've got to wash the streets also?
So,
And if we do, how often does that have to occur?
so they did have one incident where somebody dumped a bunch of mulch and there was a lot of fines in it. And it had rained a couple days before they were able to get out there. They actually took a pressure washer and pressure washed it and then took the goat behind it and vacuumed up all that sediment. If they can keep on top of it, and this is a new technology, it's fairly new. It's being built down quite a bit in like South Florida. Let me back up. There's a handout that you have there. It's the second sheet that talks about the types of, or different ways or means of cleaning the pervious pavement. So it's going to be kind of a test period. I assume during the rainy season, when people are really cutting their grass a lot, there's a lot of activity, you're going to have to sweep probably once every 2 weeks to 3 weeks. During the winter months, you may be able to pull back maybe once a month, once every 6 weeks. But that's something that we're going to have to monitor as we go along.
So as we put more pervious roads in, it's just going to add to what we have to do and...
It's going to require, yeah, more the vacuuming of the roads. Now, I believe Dave's group has a street sweep contract that he just terminated because we have the new truck. In my opinion, I think the activity of sweeping the streets might be a little bit more than what he was doing previously. I think he was doing it like once a month previously. So maybe 6 months out of the year, say he might have to do it twice the amount in those areas where we have the pervious concrete.
So as we add more and more streets with the pervious concrete, we might get to the point that we even need a second truck, I mean, to keep up with keeping these cleaned out, and I guess I'm...
Yeah, I don't see that in the near future, maybe 20 years from now if you do all the streets in the city, but I don't really see that as being an issue at this point.
Thank you.
Sure.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
On the pervious, is that like the preferred thing that we're going to be using because that's where we can get the Swift Mud money? Or can you get the Swift Mud money for other kinds of paving too?
They call them best management practices, BMPs. You can utilize pervious pavement to achieve water quality in your stormwater runoff. You can use basins. There's sediment basins, and I think they're out in BOC. You may have seen them. They're chambered basins where the stormwater flows through these chambered basins, and what it does is slows the water down, so the particles in the water, the sand, will settle out in these basins. And then Dave's group will go back out there with the VATCon truck, pull the lids open and suck out the sediment that is settled in these basins. So there's different ways of achieving water quality benefits that qualify you for money from Swift Mud, stormwater ponds like we have here on our site, the basins, the pervious concrete. The issue with the BOC area was being able to collect enough of the sediment for that area. And we couldn't, in some of those areas, we couldn't achieve it with just the sediment basins. Because the area is so low, you need volume in order to get the water to settle out the solids. In the BOC area, it's very, very low. And the most efficient way that we could do that was with the use of the pervious pavement.
Okay, and the 137th Avenue, that's
Yes.
going to be pervious too, right?
Correct.
But what happens because the parking lot for the Church by the Sea is almost as big as the paving on 137th. So is one going to counteract the other one? I mean, if the pervious is on the outside and we're doing our job, okay, but the asphalt is in the church area and that's as big as the entire paving, then it doesn't seem that we're accomplishing.
Yeah, there's two ways of looking at it. The church by the C parking lot maybe gets inundated with cars once, maybe twice a week, where the roadway around 137th Avenue Circle gets inundated with cars every day. So there's going to be less impact, less water quality issues associated with the parking lot,
Oh, yeah.
generally speaking. The other issue is the parking lot. We would love to have the church come in and put in pervious pavement, but it's very, it's expensive. It's expensive for the municipality. So what happens though is as projects or as towns redevelop, if the church by the sea was going to be redeveloped into a new church, for instance, they would have to meet the SWIFMIC criteria, which would be build ponds or put pervious pavement and meet that water quality standard. So over time, you eventually get to everybody. And then the last thing I had for you is in the handout. I didn't know if you were all aware. There was a brochure that we handed out to the neighborhood in 100th in BOC during the project, towards the end of it. And it basically just talks about what the purpose of the pervious pavement is, how it's maintained, and things that you can do as a resident by not blowing your grass clippings into the roadway. Edge your grass so it doesn't grow into the roadway, and don't dump materials into the roadway like sand and dirt during construction, when you have construction on your site. So we handed that out. We probably need to do it again. And I would suggest that maybe we hand this out to landscape contractors, people that are rebuilding, I don't know, additions to homes in that neighborhood, so that they're aware of that they can't stage their things, their materials on the roadway.
Do we have any way of enforcing that? That if I'm working on my house and they dump sand out in the street,
That's we do have, per the ordinance, we do have the ability to levy penalties and fines and those types of things. So we're going to communicate one last ditch effort to inform folks that, the pervious pavement, is something that is a stormwater asset to treat the water and to get all the particles and all that out of the waterway, or out of the water before it makes its way into the bay and into ultimately into the Gulf. And then after that, we're going to beef up our enforcement efforts. So we're going to put out a communication piece that says that, you can be fined for those types of things. So we're going to try the education component. And then after that, then there will be the punitive measures that will come into place.
what I've seen in the past is nothing happens until we do at least one punitive, and then the word gets around town, around, the block, oh, do this and you're gonna get hit.
Yeah.
But you don't wanna put it on anybody, any one person, when other people are doing it too. So it's the catch-22 in there.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Al. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm afraid to ask this, but is there any more discussion about anything? In that case,
You buying dinner, Maggie?
I'll gavel you. It's 5:50, we are adjourned.